to go? Greg, you're going to have to change your name from Taylor Tran. Mayor Du Bois, we are now live.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of March 1st, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. So the first two items tonight are closed sessions. The first one is a conference with labor negotiators. The second is a conference with the city attorney on existing litigation, Yang Shen versus City of Palo Alto. Are there any members of the public that want to speak to the closed sessions?
Any members of the public that wish to speak to the closed session, please raise your hand at this time. We have one speaker at this time, Mayor, Rebecca Eisenberg.
Okay, let's go ahead and speak to both items for 3
Rebecca,
minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much and happy Monday. I really am speaking just to the second item, the existing litigation. Although I do feel strongly and, wish you the best in having successful negotiations with the labor and note that there's a divergent range of organizations that you list there. And I guess my only suggestion as an employment lawyer myself is that different groups will have different interests, and remember that sometimes doing something good for someone else isn't always or really often bad for you. Anyway, but as to this existing litigation, I saw that it's regarding the Newell Bridge, and it's interesting because actually during my campaign, where I had the opportunity and pleasure to work with and meet, many of you, several of you, the Newell Bridge was brought to my attention by a lot of Palo Alto voters. And I understand that this lawsuit actually might be being brought by someone who lives in Menlo Park, although it wasn't really clear to me. Thus, when I read the complaint and the letter written by his lawyer, it seemed clear that this wasn't about a bridge that will negatively impact just one person's land, but rather potentially, at least in my perspective, from what I heard from neighbors and what I'm reading, rather actually might be another example of incomplete analysis, lack of due diligence, and most troublingly, you know how to pronounce that, to myself, in my opinion, the lack of attention to public good and public interest over wealthy property owners' interests in analyzing whether a certain application should be granted or not. I urge you to look at this dispute from the perspective of what's in Palo Alto's general overall best interest, not what's in the developer of this bridge's interest or who intends or hopes to make money on developments on the other side of the bridge. There's all sorts of talk about this bridge, and I guess it's complicated, but to me, the letters from this plaintiff's lawyer were pretty strong. I hope that you will settle this and give this bridge another look. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, we have one additional speaker. Rohini, do you wish to speak on the closed session that the council is going into?
I had just a comment about the COVID vaccine program.
Okay, that will come later in the meeting.
Yeah.
Right now, they're getting ready to go into a closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Du Bois, that's it for speakers.
Okay, let's come back to council. Are there any motions?
I'll move that we go into closed session for a conference with labor negotiators and with regarding existing litigation.
Second.
Great. Got a motion by Councilmember Cormack, seconded by Vice Mayor Burt. We'll vote on the motion. Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember, I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great. So we are scheduled, we should come out of closed session around 6:30. See you guys there.
Hi, Tom. Are you here for the J-Paul item?
Yes, I am. Yes.
They're not back from their closed session yet. They probably won't be till 6:30 or so. So your audio and video are both good.
Okay, do I just leave these on right now and then you'll hook me up?
You can turn them off
Okay.
until you hear them come back.
Oh,
Yep, perfect.
I would keep them both open during the meeting. Is that right? Hello?
Are you going to be presenting something?
Um, Actually, Jeanette and then Maya are going to do the presentation. I may be there for questions.
Okay.
And I think that you had, sent them each their own email and so on.
When they come on, you can turn your mic off, but
Okay.
keep your video on.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that Jeanette and Maya, then you're connecting with them as well.
Yes, we will.
Okay, great.
Cool.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you soon.
Okay. Bye-bye. Hello, Beth.
Yes, this is Beth.
Maya said that she hadn't, she had not got a link yet. She's the one doing the presentation.
Okay, we may not have been given her name then. Can she log into the meeting and then we can promote her up to panelist?
Okay, and then.
Does she have the Zoom meeting information?
Yes, she does.
Yeah, just have her log in through that and then we'll promote her to panelist.
And then also Jeanette Delia will be the other.
I just saw her.
Oh, good. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just saw her on video.
I'll let Maya know that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Bye.
So Tom, we have two people signed in under your login.
Oh, is the second one Kenny?
No, Kenny's under his own.
It's Maya.
Oh, hi.
Maya, can you go in the program on the right-hand side and change your name to Maya on
Yes.
in the panelist list?
I see that. Did that work?
Yes, it did.
Okay, wonderful.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, no problem.
Council just started their second closed session, so it might be another 10 or 15 minutes. So if you guys want to just mute your mic and if you want to leave your videos on, that's fine. You'll be able to see when council comes back in session.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right, council's coming back at 6:45. So if council members are here, please turn your cameras back on. Okay, so I see a quorum of council members. I suggest we go ahead and get started. So council's coming back from closed session. We had no reportable action. We're going to move on to item number 3, which is a study session. Does staff have a presentation?
Yes, we do. Let's see if Mr. Late is ready to get started here. All right, well, in person or via shared screen, either way. Mr. Late, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that. The elusive mute button. Okay. So good evening, council, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. The item before you this evening is a pre-screening request for a zoning or some kind of an overlay for a stretch of properties along Park Boulevard. This is a slide that you've seen before. It basically, as you know, pre-screening is a necessary first step for anybody that's interested in filing an application for a zoning code change or any kind of significant policy adjustment. Just a reminder, there's no action taking place this evening. The applicant is looking for informal feedback from the community and from the City Council, and council members are reminded to refrain from forming any firm opinions about the project or the aspects of the project that you see before you. This is an overview. I think the council is probably familiar with this part of the city. The blue dotted line reflects the boundaries of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, and the red properties with the numbers indicate the parcels that are associated with this request. And it really started with the parcel identified as number 4 on the screen. That property is 3045 Park. And the owners approached city staff several months ago, concerned about the vacancy of that building, which I believe finished construction in early 2020. And it was approved for a research and development land use. And so in that conversation, staff, had expressed some concern about singling out a one property in this block and allowing professional office here, where the underlying GM zoning, general manufacturing zoning, doesn't allow for that type of use. And as we do, we talk about options and pathways for people to explore these ideas. And so this idea of the overlay came forward. Now, staff has had conversations with the applicant and has expressed what we understand to be the council's policy perspective with respect to office and the increasing restrictions that the city has been moving toward, whether it's the comp plan amendment for the citywide cap of office and R&D and the 50,000 square foot annual cap that we have, which would apply in this area. Now, the subject building has already been approved for R&D, and so there would be no effective change to no impact to the annual office cap that's been established. And the parking requirements to going from R&D to professional office are the same in the zoning code. Now, of course, the council's had other conversations about employment density and how that may change from an R&D use to a professional office. But we have nothing in our code at this point. And, I think we've all heard different comments, and it's yet to see what's going to happen post-pandemic about office employment density. Let's see, as the council's aware, we have two small clusters of remaining general manufacturing zoning in the city. This is one of those areas, and the other area, I think it was a week or two ago, or I guess a couple of weeks now, council had another pre-screening, but that was for a housing project in that GM zone. And so just for the council to be aware, this is the only area of the city where we allow those are the only two areas in the city that has this GM type of zoning for manufacturing and development. And then also, as noted, there's the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, which the council understands is an ongoing initiative. We hope to go to the Planning Commission, I think it's March 10th, for another hearing on some alternatives that are being refined through that process. When we embarked on that endeavor, council did not impose any moratorium or restriction on development activity. And so we have seen a few applications coming forward. Here's another one that is being contemplated. 5 of the 7 properties in this would-be overlay zone within the NB cap. And so there are some, council may want to see that process play out or not relative to the subject overlay. Okay, with that, I will end the presentation. I'm joined by Emily Foley, associate planner with our office. If there's specific questions about the zoning regulations or the concept, we can answer any of those questions that you may have for you. And that will conclude the presentation.
Is there a presentation from the applicant?
Yeah, thank you. I believe Maya from the applicant team has another presentation as well.
Why don't we go to that next?
Hi, my name is Jeanette Dalia. I'm the COO of J. Paul Company. And first, I just wanted to thank council for joining us this evening and considering our request. And I wanted to introduce Maya, who's our special project manager, who's going to be doing the presentation. So thank you, everyone.
Okay. I'm ready when you are. We've sent over the deck. I'm Maya Harris with J. Paul Company. And
Are you going to share it, or staff's going to share it?
I think staff has it.
Our staff, go ahead, Jonathan.
Beth, do you have that? Otherwise, I can try to find it here.
We will try to locate it also. We sent it to council earlier. We'll get it up there.
Okay, I actually have it. I can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Maya.
Thank you.
Where would you like to begin?
Just on slide 2. Perfect. So thank you, Jonathan. As you know, we are discussing our existing building located at 3045 Park, which you see here. This is the front of the building, and you can see the bike path going along Park Boulevard. It was completed in September of 2019, and we've been trying to lease up the project for about 2.5 years now. The current leasing interest has been mostly from a professional office user, not R&D tech, hence our reaching out to the city about this proposed zoning change. You can go to the next slide, please. So the building's design approach was well coordinated to reinforce this bike boulevard that's located on Park Boulevard with the pedestrian-friendly frontage, as well as being compatible with the pedestrian-friendly neighborhood as desired for the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. I will refer to it as the NVCAP throughout the presentation. Next slide, please. So as we saw before, this is the blue dotted line is the NVCAP boundary. And then these 7 parcels we are proposing to include in the overlay 1 through 7. Next slide, I will discuss the existing properties here, which several of them already have office uses, professional office and general business office grandfathered in. 3045, our property is one of 3 that doesn't allow professional office. Next slide, and I'll just discuss, as you can see, the existing buildings here. I'll just discuss quickly at 200 Page Mill. That is currently designated for administrative and professional office use, grandfathered in. 2747 is our other property. It's currently has an R&D office use with our tenant Tencent. 195 Page Mill is the Park Plaza, which is 84 residential units, some small R&D use, and a ground floor cafe that is permitted. 3045, our parcel next door to WeWork, which has administrative office and general business office grandfathered in. 3197, which is Vance Brown Builder. They're also administrative professional office. And then 3241, which I believe has an application in with the city, but it's currently being marketed as a professional office. It is vacant. Next slide, please. So here's some site data for our existing building. It's 2-story R&D, about 29,000 square feet. And I just wanted to identify the density within the professional office designation versus the R&D tech designation. So for professional office, we're looking at about 1 employee per 200 to 250 square feet versus R&D tech, which is about 1 employee to 165 square feet. So the R&D tech use is much more dense than a sort of traditional law firm or financial services that you find at that greater square foot per employee. And the current GM zoning, the uses allowed are not compatible or appropriate for the existing building, really, other than the R&D tech, which is allowable under GM. Next slide, please. I'll talk about the locationally where this zone is. It's about a 1/4 mile from the California Avenue Caltrain station. And then just want to show the next slide. About 1,600 feet walking distance. And then on the next slide, it's only about 1,900 feet to the California Avenue Business District. And the project does have a TDM plan for trip reduction, as well as obviously incorporating the Caltrain. But we wanted to highlight its distance to the merchants on California Avenue, we think the project and getting it tenanted would be vital to those small businesses and restaurants and to aid in the economic recovery post-COVID of those businesses. We see our users, going out to lunch or going out for a drink or dinner after work. It's close to the Caltrain, so we think that pedestrian-friendly boulevard and bike path is a perfect compatible use for that area. Next slide, please. So we know that while we're talking about the overall overlay, the staff report did highlight that an option could be to just zone two of our two existing buildings at 2747 and 3045 for the general office zone. And we would, of course, be amenable to that. But we did, as Jonathan mentioned, sort of go down the proposal of the overlay due to the spot zoning sort of risk being there. But this is just a map of where our two existing buildings are. And final slide is just another image of the building facade. Again, we're just asking for the council's feedback and to consider possibly studying this overlay proposal. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So let's go to the public and then we'll come back to council for questions and discussion.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this study session on 3045 Park Boulevard, please raise your hand. Mayor Du Bois, 3 minutes, 2 minutes?
Let's do 3
I know we have
minutes.
4.
Yep, let's go with 3. And
Thank
then
you.
let's stop taking hands after the second speaker, please.
Will do. Our first speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Bill, go ahead.
Good evening, council and staff. The staff in North Ventura specific plan analysis is interesting, but why isn't there an analysis with the adopted general plan, the comp plan, and its designation of light industrial? There's no question that the North Ventura plan as a specific plan would have to be consistent with the comp plan. But why no analysis of the proposed zone change, which is what a text amendment is, with the adopted comprehensive plan, starting with the light industrial analysis? It's required by Government Code Section 65860D, a change that many charter cities are encountering in land use planning. It doesn't take much to drive around the area within the radius explained or presented to see the tremendous amount of existing office space, much of which is high quality, that's vacant right now. One has to ask, would it not be more prudent to study the area because of its size for housing? It would have far less of the problems associated with other proposals that would intrude into either the single family or multifamily residential zones. So the staff analysis should have an analysis of consistency of this proposed zone change with the comprehensive plan. You only need to start with the comprehensive land use plan map to get that. Several of the goals and policies associated with the light industrial area would conflict with the proposed zone change. One would also have to wonder how a proposal could go forward if there's still no designation as to how public safety services are going to be provided when there's been no plan presented for adequately funding the fire department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Keith Reckdahl. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Honorable City Council, I respectfully submit that there is no rational explanation for Jonathan Late's recommendations that he has made increasingly over the past several years, other than the fact that he must be interviewing for his next position with a large billionaire-run commercial developer. This, again, is a case, like with the case with Ellis Partners and Jonathan Late's recommendation that the law be changed so that Ellis Partners doesn't have to lower its rent to the retail customers that have enjoyed being there for decades. Now here comes another billionaire commercial developer, in this case, J. Paul, according to Forbes magazine, is worth more than $3.5 billion based on his empire of real estate holdings. Now here, he, through his representatives, is asking the city council to change the law so that he doesn't have to lower rent. How do you expect the market to work? And how do you expect entrepreneurs, small businesses to stay in business if you continue to allow landlords to evade their part of supply and demand and meeting the market where it is? This must stop. Additionally, it is beyond explanation as to why this would be proposed, given the fact that the city is currently involved in a NVCAP process to plan this entire area. And I'm sure it's well known to you that the residents and the community members and the committee who have worked on the North Ventura plan for years favor housing over additional office space. And you should favor that too. Here's why. Every time that you all approve the creation of more office space, you create more jobs in Palo Alto. And I've been at the meetings where you all have drafted the nastygrams to ABAG and to Sacramento, begging for help moving jobs out of Palo Alto. Why don't you start with stop creating jobs in Palo Alto? Here, 100 new jobs that Castellea wants to put in a residential neighborhood. There's just no reason this should be before you. And I am disappointed again in Mr. Late's work. Thank you for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker will be Keith Reckdahl, to be followed by Jamie Beckett. We are no longer taking any names for public speakers, and our last speaker will be James Cook. Keith, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Keith Reckdahl, and I'm a member of the NVCAP working group. The staff report does include the 3 NVCAP alternatives. I just want to be clear, these alternatives were not constructed by the working group itself, but the alternatives were constructed by staff after discussions with the working group. So while the working group really did help shape these alternatives, the working group does not necessarily endorse all aspects of the alternatives. In particular, the overwhelming majority of working group members agree that the best long-term option for the properties along Park is to convert them to housing. There are many reasons for this. First, our city has too many offices and not enough housing, so this conversion from office to housing would help the jobs housing imbalance doubly on both ends of the equation. Second, the location between Park and Caltrain is ideal, as it means there are no immediate neighbors to be affected by the new housing. Third, many in the working group are unhappy with both the volume and the speed of the vehicle traffic on the bike boulevard on Park Boulevard. Since housing produces less vehicle traffic than an equal amount of office space, this conversion would not only add housing, but decrease traffic. And finally, one of the biggest NVCAP desires was to construct a pleasant, walkable neighborhood, as this ability to walk would not only improve the neighborhood's quality of life, but also reduce vehicle traffic into the surrounding neighborhoods. The housing provided by these properties would help build the critical mass of population needed to attract neighborhoods serving businesses into Ventura. California Avenue is only a short walk, but it's important to have nearby businesses in the neighborhood itself. So as we know, Palo Alto is not producing enough housing. Our current approaches just are not working. But bold action like this, like converting these office properties into housing, would not only provide valuable housing, but also improve the adjacent North Ventura neighborhood. That is a huge win-win. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Our next speaker is Jamie Beckett, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach and then James Cook. Jamie, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to correct something Keith said. There is housing nearby. I live in it. In fact, there's at least half a dozen condominium or apartment complexes, all within 2 to 3 blocks of whatever gets built on Park Boulevard. So we're talking, thousands of residents. Second, I'm really flabbergasted that that there's a proposal to even add more office density when, as the other speakers have said, we already have thousands of feet of empty offices. I'm also concerned about whether there would be construction involved in turning these into offices, because we're now already talking about the police station, we're talking about the teacher housing, and then there are other projects being proposed all within the same few block area. I don't know how not that the developer cares, but I don't know how the council or the developer expect those of us who do live here, and we do live here, this is our neighborhood, to survive with all the kind of construction going on and then being proposed. I guess I just ask the council that whatever, you wind up deciding as far as offices or even housing, that you think about the whole thing holistically, what's already here, who lives here, and what our lifestyle might be like. So I'm speaking about the cumulative impact of everything that's already in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by James Cook and then Becky Saunders. Winter, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Winter, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. There you go.
There I go. So I understand that apparently from the staff report, since some of this is R&D, it's not expected to, if this overlay were granted, some change is not expected to take place, and much of this is subject to the cap limits. I think this is, the staff report is that the expectation is that this is to soothe people's concerns. I have some concerns so staff, as I understand it, planning staff generated the notion of the overlay rather than consideration of these properties one at a time. This was a staff generated notion that's before you tonight. But nonetheless, I have concerns in that the whole notion of office is nervous making for a reason, in that our imperative generally in Palo Alto is the concern about affordable housing and the impact that office has, and the generation of any more office space has on a negative consequence of the demand on more housing. This project at this point, or not the project, but the overlay talks some about being adjacent to the train station, and the old canard of that workers would be taking the train, and we've lived with this for years on the premise that workers take the train, and we know that, well, some would and an awful lot wouldn't, and an awful lot would want to live in Palo Alto in housing that doesn't exist and would put pressure on wanting more housing. So I just have a lot of concerns about this right off the bat. And I don't think that this is something that is going to come to fruition in the long run. So I hope you will ask a lot of questions about it tonight, council members. And that's what I'm asking. Lots of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Becky Sanders, to be followed by our final speaker, James Cook. Becky, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Clerk Minor. This is Becky Saunders from Ventura. I am affiliated with both Palo Alto Neighborhoods and Ventura Neighborhood Association, but I'm speaking for myself tonight, though I think what I'll be saying will be our values that are reflected both by Pan and Ventura, many of us here. I'd like to thank all the speakers this evening. It's been great to see the turnout. I particularly align myself with Keith Reckdahl and Winter Dellenbach, so I won't repeat what they say. The overlay proposal does not reflect the values that the council espouses, nor I think a lot of the city staff, nor the residents are holding dear, which is that we have a need for more housing and affordable housing. Ventura neighborhood has a stated value of welcoming new neighbors while keeping Ventura the nexus of relative affordability. So we're looking forward to welcoming our new neighbors at Wilton Court. And we are excited that the North Ventura area could be a targeted place where we can have a lot of mixed housing, particularly particularly affordable housing. So it looks as if this overlay, possibly won't add or take away office, but I think we want to discourage any more office. Just hands down, flat out, no new office until we get ahead of this 3-to-1 jobs housing imbalance. And I'd love to look at ways to convert the existing properties to housing. Are there creative ways that we can work with the owners to realize these dreams while making sure that the owners get value? I mean, can everything just be rezoned housing and be amortized out in a way that serves all of our mutual benefits? And I do think that in alignment with Jamie Beckett, just saying, yeah, people already live around there and are getting impacted heck a bunch. And so how can we help honor quality of lives for people that live there by staggering construction, not having so many things come online at once, or working with the neighbors to make sure there's plenty of remediations to keep them safe and their lungs and their families safe while North Ventura is undergoing so many changes, which are, change happens and we're happy for good change to happen. So thank you so much, City Council members. You were voted in last November. I think you have a mandate to help us get that housing, with all means available to us and to you. So thank you so much. And thank you, Beth Minor.
James, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I am speaking in agreement with a number of the speakers who would like to see more housing and less office. I agree with Keith Reckdahl and Jamie Beckett about seeing more housing in Palo Alto. I'd like to see more housing by the train stations and near and along El Camino. I agree with the values that Becky Sanders articulated so well. We welcome new neighbors and we also welcome affordable housing. It's clear to me that we've got too much office space in Palo Alto and not enough housing in Palo Alto. The key to housing is to select the right locations. And it seems like this location is a good one for housing. And I'd like the council to push for less new office space and more housing in this location. I think that giving the developers guidance will help them get a better project and will help all of us get what we'd like to see with this reduction of the imbalance between offices and housing and more housing overall. And it seems to me that developers really would appreciate that kind of guidance from the city council. Developers like to have certainty and clear guidelines that then they can work off of to be able to realize their projects. So my final point is please let this developer and others know that we do want more housing in Palo Alto with an emphasis on affordable housing and an emphasis on housing that would be able to readily integrate with new residents with existing residents like in this location. Thanks very much.
Thank you, James. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great, thank you. So we're going to come back to council. Again, this is a study session on the overlay. I also just want to make a quick comment to ask the public to avoid comments against particular staff members. You know, we have a process which entitles people to a study session, which is why we're here tonight. So if there are any council members who would like to ask questions, make comments, please raise your hand. Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
Well, just briefly, thanks to staff and the applicant for bringing this before us this evening and doing this. I guess my initial, this is a study session, I guess my initial reaction is that, you know, committing to rezoning this as proposed now, it kind of acts in conflict with two efforts we're working on at this time. One is attempting to come up with a holistic, globally optimized plan for the NVCAP area as a whole. And the second is trying to get more housing in town, especially sub-market rate housing. I guess my initial reaction is that locking in the proposed use at this time would tend to act in contrast with both those things. And so the question that's going to come before council is going to be, you know, is there a demonstrable positive benefit to the community that's big enough that it outweighs those two negatives? And I think that's what the applicant would have to make the case for you know, if this proceeds beyond the CD. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely second the remarks by Councilmember Philseth. I have a couple of questions for staff and for the applicant. For Director Late, how many GM zones do we have in the city currently?
Yeah, there's two small clusters, this one here and another one near Fabian. Are you asking for the actual number of properties contained within those?
Yeah, that would be helpful if you have that number.
I don't, but let me ask staff, and if we don't have it now, we can probably get back to you. Emily, do you have a sense for the number of properties that are zone GM?
I am working on that.
Okay, so Councilmember, we can get back to you on that.
Okay, but with two kind of small areas, I guess my guess is that that number is pretty small.
That's right.
And kind of looking through the staff report on the type of uses that are allowed in GM, those are just general type of businesses that we don't see often here within the city, and that I think a lot of people tend to have to leave Palo Alto to be able to access. I mean, business and trade schools and service and equipment yards, animal care, boarding and kennels, etc. And so clearly a rezoning here makes it more difficult for the city to attract and retain those type of uses, which I think generally as a policy, I don't think we're looking towards outsourcing more of these type of services to other cities and then having to encourage Palo Alto residents to leave Palo Alto for those. So that's one of my concerns. When One follow-up, yeah, I thought one of the comments made by the public was a very good point, talking about the market, the market forces, and how we continue to interrupt the market forces by allowing these rezoning requests when landlords and applicants are struggling to be able to find people to kind of rent out their property. And so, one thing I'm kind of curious from the applicant, if they has the applicant attempted to lower rents for these properties to be able to attract new tenants, and if they can kind of provide the history there.
Sure. Thank you for asking the question. We've been marketing this property for over 2.5 years, actually since before we started construction. And we've had a lot of interest over time, mainly from traditional office users. We've had a lot of tech users look at it, but have not been able to come to any final deals. We have been willing to negotiate our rents. We need to do that in order to attract tenants, but frankly, the pool of tech R&D users is very small, and we just haven't been able to finalize any transactions. And I do want to just emphasize, this is an existing building. It looks, smells, and breathes just like an office building. The only thing that we're asking is to allow something other than a tech tenant to occupy the space. It's a very, I know that the city is very concerned about, wanting to increase housing stock, and we appreciate that. And we've actually been working with the city in the NVAC, in the North Ventura plan to, potentially add housing to our sister property across the street, because we understand that Palo Alto needs additional housing. But this site is a very small site. It's a new building. It's not a building that we would be willing or able to tear down and replace with housing. It's completely suited for either a tech user, which looks just like an office user in the way they function, or just as appropriately an office user. So I'm sorry that I diverged a little bit from the original question, but we have been actively marketing, and believe me, if we could have signed a lease, we would have, and we are willing to negotiate and lower our rents when we need to.
So just kind of follow up and kind of push back a little bit on that. You said you're willing to negotiate the rents. Has that, is that a willingness kind of behind closed doors, or has that been an actual, has that been kind of shown in marketing itself, kind of showing to tenants that the rates have been reduced?
Yes. And we have a very sophisticated brokerage team that's been, reaching out to the various potential tech tenants in the area, and we've been adjusting our rents accordingly. The problem is that it's very difficult to find that type of a user for this building in this location. The building across the street that we own, 395 Page Mill, is currently leased to a tech tenant. We did that transaction quite a while ago, but that building is also zoned for an office use. So it's really this particular building that we're really having trouble with. And J. Paul, has been pretty successful throughout the valley in leasing our properties. And frankly, this is the only vacancy we have in our entire portfolio right now. So we've definitely been actively marketing and trying to react accordingly to the market. But if you don't have the interest, it doesn't matter what rent rent you are asking.
You and I see I'm out of time, but the mayor just kind of like allow me to just wrap up my thoughts on that particular issue. I am concerned about just the precedent that this sets for allowing developers to be able to purchase and develop properties in a zone district and then turn around and request the city to change their zoning just in order to better kind of suit their needs. I think it's really important that we have consistency in our zoning code, in these laws, to be able to make sure that we're not having this kind of problem continue to come up, and I think that's helpful too for our own market forces to be able to drive the prices down, because I think we end up having these kind of bidding wars and an increase in market values when we're willing to make these changes. So I know my time's up. If I get another chance, I have a few other issues and concerns to address.
Okay, I'll jump in since I don't see anybody else putting their hands up. So I want to echo Councilmember Stone's questions about kind of loss of GM. You know, I do think as a city, we should keep some GM zones. These things tend to go in cycles, and having some light industrial space in the city, I think, is important. I also think council's been very clear about our policy overall about professional office and really looking to reduce that, replace it with housing. In this particular area, we really did look at it as a cluster of R&D. And I'm not sure general office users, you know, if those are lawyers or accountants, they don't really help create, I think, kind of the mass that we were looking for in this row of buildings. I know the Stanford Research Park is looking to attract a lot more biotech companies, and this could potentially benefit from that and participate in that. But most importantly, I think this overlay of 7 properties, with most of them in the NVCAP, right near its goal line, finishing up its process, it just doesn't seem, it's not in line kind of with the current policies. And so I'd also echo the comments that Councilmember Phil said. I think it's kind of an uphill proposal for the new building. I don't understand why we would change all 7 of these buildings. And I would like to have the NVCAP process complete and really see kind of what the long-term plan for this area plan is. So that's where I am, and I appreciate all the comments from the public about desire for housing. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, so I concur with comments of my council colleagues and a number of members of the public. First, that any changes that we do to this area, we really should do in the context of the NVCAP changes, and whether we're able to provide essentially housing development bonuses for some of these properties, and whether that would incentivize that additional development as opposed to tearing down an existing new building, that remains to be seen. I did have a question. The applicants on their they have a table on typical employee density for different uses and alluded to that. The density cited for R&D, I couldn't find a reference for that. Is that either Jonathan or the applicant, if through the chair, can answer where those employee densities per square foot came from?
Yes, and I'm going to defer to Tom Gilman of DES, the project architect. He can answer that question for you.
Yes, we do. I'm president with DES Architects, and we do millions of square feet of R&D uses within the valley, and 165 square feet per employee is a very traditional. That's exactly what we see in terms of the density for all of the interior work that we do. So it's from experience.
Okay, so it's your number, and that. So when we the other point I would make is that we've had a real change in recent decades over what we even define as R&D. Historically, it was hardware R&D was what we primarily were describing, and today we have far less of that, and we're really talking about software development, which is a much higher employee density.
Right.
I think that we have an issue needing to redefine our R&D zoning, and where we mean it to be biotech R&D or medical device R&D or other hardware R&D, traditional real research, as opposed to just software coders lining up at tables. those are really two different densities. So that's a comment to staff that I think we need to follow up on. And then, Jonathan, have you, Bill Ross brought up the issue of comp plan consistency. Did you have any comments on that as well for the council?
Yeah, thank you for that. We obviously to take a look at the comp plan, and this is a light industrial designated area. And so that is one of the policy considerations, of course, that we flagged relative to the diminishing amount of GM space dedicated to these land uses, as Councilmember Stone had also indicated. Should the project advance to a formal application, of course, we would have a robust analysis about that if it went forward. But at the pre-screening stage, that's the extent of the analysis that we put into it.
Okay, and just in response to Councilmember Stone's question about kind of the cost of and the marketing of the space. Now, we're certainly in a very abnormal period during the pandemic that has compounded whatever patterns existed. But Palo Alto has been, throughout this whole upturn for the most part, about twice the rental rates, lease rates for each use, whether it be office, Class A, Class B, R&D, other uses, about twice what San Jose is, 15 miles away. And the Collier's reports come out quarterly, and it's been pretty consistently that way with comparable vacancies. It goes up and down a little bit from quarter to quarter. And so I don't doubt that the owners have reduced their asking prices, but I just want to add that context that now land is more expensive in Palo Alto as well to acquire, but it's important to recall that, especially when we hear from different sources that that we have high vacancies in the research park. Well, it's high vacancies at what average lease rate? So I think that's really the bulk of my my comments. Other than I had one follow-up question on this. There's a payment in escrow for a bike connection improvement to Caltrain station from here. Does staff have an update on that?
No further update from what's been indicated in the staff report.
In the staff report, it wasn't, I was trying to recall, is that behind these buildings to the Caltrain station and not on Park that it's being referred to?
Vice Mayor, I don't know the specific location. It's the connection that is associated with the property at 2747 Park, I believe. So when that project came forward, there was an agreement that was made. And so we had a timeline in which to develop plans and to implement enhancements to that pedestrian connection. And we're coming toward the deadline of that in about a year and a couple months. And we've asked for an extension to that expiration of those funds.
Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack and then Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening and welcome to the applicant, and thanks to all the members of the public who spoke. The biggest issue has been touched on already multiple times, and I think it's very clearly addressed in the staff report, is just the timing of this request. If we were just beginning the NVCAP process, it would be one thing, but we're really nearing the end of it. So I'm uncomfortable moving forward too quickly with this until we understand it in context. I thank the Vice Mayor for asking that question. Let me just see if I understand Mr. Late. So the $890,000 is not sufficient to build what needs to be built, and the city is supposed to build it? That wasn't quite clear.
We don't have a concept. We don't have the a design. We don't have a plan.
Okay.
And
All
so,
right. So it was a nice idea, but we haven't moved forward yet.
for a number of reasons, and
Understandable.
including data, traffic data, which is hard to collect right now in the current environment.
Of course, that's understandable. I'm sympathetic to the applicant. That's a really long time to have, such a nice new building unfilled. And I wondered if you could elaborate a little bit on what's changed since you built it under the existing zoning. Obviously, your track record is excellent. So is there something perhaps that you didn't anticipate that would help us in our deliberations about this zoning in this area?
Yeah, I think that in general, this building in this location and in the building size, it's just been very difficult to attract. We had a similar difficulty leasing the 2747 Park building. We were lucky to land 10 Cent, who was an existing tenant in Palo Alto at the time. But it's just been, not successful. I mean, we've had a ton of interest from, other office users inside Palo Alto wanting to relocate and resize. But I think it's also the size of the building that it just hasn't resonated well. And we don't often wind up in situations where we're not able to lease. And this has been an anomaly for us. That coupled with what's been happening during the pandemic hasn't helped at all. But I mean, that's not necessarily the entire story here. It's greater forces than we have control over. And we haven't been able to pinpoint what it is because again, we've been actively marketing. We're now in the process of building out a speculative TI. In the building, just in the hopes of hopefully attracting a tenant sooner rather than later because we've been vacant so long, and that's not an inexpensive process either. So,
okay, thank you for that. And then just a question for, it's half statement, half question for staff around the GM zone, and I appreciate Councilmember Stone listing out some of the things that are there, but I think it's unlikely that we'll have some of those located in what is frankly, premier real estate so close to Caltrain. So, can you give us a sense on the GM zone? It is, I hesitate to say as time has passed, but is there anything that other cities are doing? Just help us sort of like come up a level on this zone and the things that are in there, whether or not it makes sense to, I'm sorry, this isn't it's sort of an open-ended question, but if you have any thoughts, Director Late, on this zone in general, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. So our comp plan provides some guidance. It does talk about the types of uses that Councilmember Stone had identified. I think the location of this particular GM zone in proximity to the Caltrain station will require at some point some further conversation with the council. There are a lot of newer buildings in the area, and depending on what happens with NVCAP, it may be that those types of land uses that we'd like to keep in Palo Alto may not be attractive in this location from the provider standpoint even. So I think this is different in contextually than the other GM zone that we have near Fabian. And so I think a lot of cities are having this conversation about industrial land and trying to preserve it where they can, because there is an interest in having those land uses in your jurisdiction. This area is just built with buildings that are not likely to see any of those uses in the near or midterm future, unless of course we come up with some really robust incentives that would, as Vice Mayor Burt indicated, incentivize somebody to demolish a new building and replace it with housing or something like that. And the comp plan does contemplate mixed use or housing in the GM zone.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay, Councilmember Koo, and then I do want to point out that we're right at our hour. So Councilmember Tanaka will wrap things up.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, is any of these buildings in the PTOD in that area?
I'm trying to recall from memory, and we'll ask Emily if she happens to know if any of these are in the PTOD. I'm not recalling. I'm sorry, Emily, do you have? Okay, we'll have to take a look.
Okay, in the staff report, it also mentions that the GM has unique uses are allowed in GM, pretty much similar to the CS, and some of the allowable businesses is something like business and trade schools, if I understand correctly. There's animal care, boarding and kennels. I think for that location, I mean, those would also be suitable neighborhood serving businesses. There are some other ones that might not be suitable for that specific location under the GM, but certainly some of the others might be doable. So then I also align myself with a lot of what many of the public speakers had said, and also my colleagues, the vice mayor, the mayor, Councilmember Philseth, Councilmember Stone, in that, I think there is a process that we have to go through. There is the MV cap that has been under consideration for a long time and have been deliberating all of the uses out there. And also, when we're looking at these kind of plans, it's very hard to determine whether it's the right thing or not when we have state laws that are just going completely crazy with what they want. And so the impacts of the state law and then this coming in is just not really planning in a sensible or responsible manner. And we need to kind of look at planning comprehensively and to ensure that we're doing this in a way that is going to be a benefit to the city and to the community and the residents here. In addition to that, the business community, and not just plopping one building here, one building there, without them all being harmonious and serving in the right way. We also have the housing element that's going to be coming for consideration pretty soon. So I think that we do have to go through the process. But I'm also delighted to read in this staff report that the overlay or the spot zoning approaches have impacts for the long range planning projects. So I do appreciate that statement here. And we do have to plan more carefully moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you to staff and the applicant for bringing this forward. I have a few questions. A lot of my questions have already been answered, so I'm just going to ask some different ones. So this building has been vacant for 2.5 years, which is a really long time. So this is even before the pandemic. And I guess I was wondering whether the applicant or perhaps staff knows what are the current office vacancy rates in our city. Does anyone know?
I don't have that data available to me right now. That is something that we can access through different reports, but I'm sorry, I don't have that right now.
Does the applicant know? Anyone on the
And
applicant team?
unfortunately, I can't speak to that either. Only that, based on the demand, the activity that we've seen, there's more activity in the office sector than there is in the tech R&D sector.
Okay, do you guys know what the vacancy rates are in the tech R&D sector?
In Palo Alto,
or in general? I'd be interested in knowing either or both.
I can't. I mean, it's so different regionally. I really can't say right now. I mean, I could find out for you, Councilperson Tanaka, but I can't speak offhand.
Okay, yeah, it'd be great. I'd be interested in knowing. I realize you may not have that data right now, but would you say that it's relatively high right now, or how would you characterize it? You may not know the exact numbers, but how would you characterize?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say right now because with the pandemic, there's a lot of shadow space that could be on the market or not. I mean, there are some companies that are, starting to sublease space. For example, the building, our 395 Page Mill building, Cloudera has a pretty good chunk of space that they're trying to sublease. And so until things settle out more a little bit with the pandemic, it's going to be hard to see where that plays out. But definitely tech R&D vacancies have been consistently increasing over the last year or so.
You think that's because of the pandemic or just in general?
I think it's partly because of the pandemic. I mean, we've all heard, in the news how tech R&D companies are starting to not be as excited about California and are, starting to expand in other markets. So I think part of that is because of the pandemic. Part of it is because of the cost of living in the Bay Area, as we all know. So.
So what are, I mean, I certainly know, this overlay is one thing, but besides that, what do you think the city should be doing to try to, because I don't think we want necessarily vacant buildings in our city, but what do you think we could do to help with some of these vacancy rates, just general office R&D? I'd be curious to know your perspective.
Well, it's, I'm not sure. I mean, in terms of what the city can do to help attract a tech R&D tenant, I don't know if there's anything in particular that the city itself can do to help us. But I think, we're, in terms of our current ask, the flexibility that we're asking for is only to react to current demand within the city. And so I would argue that what the city can do to help us right now is to give us this exception for a use that's completely compatible with the existing building and isn't going to create any new additional impacts to the neighborhood, which is what we're very concerned with. And the extent that we can backfill this space and bring workers into the area that can patronize the local businesses, I think that's a good thing for the city. So.
I think you guys are a relatively large landlord in the area. So given your perspective as a landlord, what's your perception about how the work from home will impact office demand going forward? Do you have any
Sure.
insight or
Yeah, I do actually. And we've been talking to a lot of our tenants and our architects have also been in the mix, seeing what's coming down the pipe. And while we hear that, everybody's fleeing or everybody's going to work from home from now on, in the news, we don't really get the sense that that's going to be the case. This is, we hear that what's going to happen is maybe there'll be people coming in, a few days a week and then working from home alternative days a week, which, to avoid having as many people in a space. But people are, and we also hear that people are going to want more space for themselves. So some of the densities that we've been experiencing, and we express the 165 person per square foot, which is the traditional tech density. We don't think that is necessarily, I mean, that actually was trending even lower before the pandemic. I mean, we were seeing some offices as dense as 125 square feet per, one employee per 125. We think those densities will start to creep up a little bit, but not significantly. And it'll just be the churn of people coming in and out of the building. And when they're in the building, that's gonna be different. So we're not seeing a huge shift in what our tenants are planning for the future in terms of what their spaces will look like. But we know that they're going to be more flexible with their policies and when their employees are required to be in the office versus allowing them to work from home on occasion.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us. Study session, that's the end of our time. And so we're going to move on with our agenda at this point.
And thank you, council, for hearing our request, and we look forward to continue to work with you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 4. This is appointment of candidates to the Historic Resources Board and the Planning and Transportation Commission. I think the city clerk has texted each of us, so if you could text in your choices, we'll let them tally that up, and I suggest that we move on with the agenda while that's happening. Beth, did you want to add anything?
Yes, when you do vote, if you're going to vote for both the HRB and PTC in one text, then please put next to it which one it's for, just so that we don't make a mistake. But Nellie and I will both be tabulating them and then bringing the information back to council.
Great. So the next item is agenda changes, additions, deletions. I don't believe we have any tonight.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I had my hand up.
Oh, yep.
Did we need to go to public comment? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I think we generally do on special orders.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, where were the instructions to the clerk for texting? I don't.
So you each got it. You got a text message that gave both.
No.
Looks like Councilmember Cormack was not on that text.
We'll send it.
I don't seem to have one either.
Also, are you sure the public doesn't get a chance to speak on this item?
I don't know. Is Molly on?
Sorry, council members. It would be a good idea to allow the public to speak on this item as well. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, we've been doing other special orders like the nonprofits where we hadn't been letting the public speak.
Right. We've been treating that more as council member announcements, but this is an action. And so it's appropriate to have public comment.
Okay, let's go to the public.
At this time, we have one speaker, Aram James. Aram, you'll have 3 minutes to speak on the appointments to either the ARB or PTC.
Okay, just one brief comment about the last issue. I came in late, so when people are talking GM zone or MB zone, it'd be nice if you could say the entire word out so we get a sense of that instead of, it feels like code. Anyway, I just want to speak very briefly about Rebecca Eisenberg and the Planning Commission. You know, she's an extraordinary individual, extraordinary lawyer, somebody who really, really, really digs deep on issues. I would say that she is going to be, if you vote for, an outstanding member of the Planning and Transportation Committee. And she's going to add something that I haven't seen in very many of the commissions, and that is somebody who is not afraid to take on the status quo. She's going to talk to you about things like Castillejo in a way that might offend some folks, but that's our democracy. So to simply vote against Rebecca because she's not going to make your time necessarily as effective in the short term doesn't mean in the long term her ideas aren't extraordinary and brilliant. She is an extraordinary and brilliant person who I first happened to meet, on Frederick Douglass Day on the 4th of July in last year in 2020, and by way of text message when we started to speak about police practices issues. And I realized this is a really, really special individual. By the way, today is the beginning of Women History Month. And boy, what an extraordinary advocate for so many different important social justice causes. And I'm starting to understand that like exclusionary zoning and residential zoning, those are things, the city of Berkeley now no longer is going to allow, they made a vote, no longer going to allow residential zoning. They found that has a racist history. Rebecca is not afraid to raise those kind of controversial issues. And I strongly suspect when she becomes an actual member of the Planning and Transportation Committee, she's going to also be a team player. She may appear on the surface to be, adversarial. I know a little bit about that. And I appreciate that. Somebody that's not simply going to give you what you want to hear, a rubber stamp for city council issues. And I'm not suggesting any of you are rubber stamps, but the point is Rebecca would be a real wonderful choice to see that you guys are not afraid of criticism. And I'm still starting to worry about that. We all have to be, when we're in the public arena, subject to criticism. And Rebecca will be a wonderful commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. And that's the end of our speakers.
Great. Okay, so let's move on while the vote's being tallied, and we'll come back if we need to vote again. Again, I don't think we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions. Ed, is that right?
That's correct. No changes.
Okay, so let's move on to oral communications. This is a chance for the members of the public to speak to something that is not on the agenda tonight.
Any member of the public that wishes to speak to oral communications, please raise your hand.
And Beth, let's go with 2 minutes for this.
You will have 2 minutes to speak. At this time, we have James Cook, Jim Poppy, and Carrie Yarkin to begin with. James, go ahead.
Thanks very much. Good evening, council members and staff. Good to see you. Sorry, we can't be in person. I'm speaking to oppose the Wellesley apartment complex proposal. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. This project, the Wellesley apartment complex, is a lemon. I oppose the Cato investment proposal for the Wellesley apartment complex because it's much larger than the surrounding apartments and houses, and much larger than really anything in all of College Terrace. My friends and I support affordable housing and seek to support more housing. We like to have new neighbors, so much that we complained a great deal about Stanford and to Stanford about leaving homes vacant for a number of years that they owned in our neighborhood. Furthermore, we asked for more housing on projects like the 3045 Park Boulevard that you were hearing before, as my comments indicated earlier in your meeting. As opposed to the 3045 Park Boulevard location, which is well located for housing and dense housing, the Cato proposal chooses a location surrounded by modest apartments, small multifamily units, and single family homes that is inappropriate for a complex this size. 24 apartments on 2 lots does not fit in with this location and only makes sense to someone trying to maximize profit with no care about what the neighborhood looks like or what the neighbors want. If the developer had cared about what we want, they would have met with us. If they cared what we wanted, they would drop this plan. At a recent College Terrace Residents Association, opponents to this plan outnumbered supporters by about 10 to 1. And what opponents stated uniformly, opponents like me, was that we support affordable housing, but this is not an affordable housing project, and it's chosen the wrong location. The project sits on the same block as a child care center, library branch, and a small park. And we seek your opposition to this lemon of a project. It's the wrong project in the wrong location. We hope that Councilmember Tanaka, who has invited us to several meetings on this topic, we thank him for that, will vote on this topic. And we hope to see that you would support us in opposing this multifamily, this 24 unit complex, 3 stories. It's a real lemon. And to make lemonade out of it, we'd like you to show that you're opposed, and also to state that planned housing zone is intended for locations outside of R1 zoning. We want to keep zoning control in Palo Alto, not go to Sacramento. And we think it can be done by guiding developers to locations that make sense for the housing. Thanks for this opportunity. Sorry I went over.
James. Our next speaker is Jim Poppy, followed by Carrie Yarkin. Our final speaker will be Clara Chang. Jim, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for this. I would like to thank the city council members who have met with Palo Alto residents regarding the proposed Castellea expansion. Council members who have refused to meet with residents will not get a complete picture of the project, which creates an unfair disadvantage for residents who do not support all elements of the project. The planning department has chosen to take on an advocacy role for the school, and the staff report is highly biased. Staff is ignoring and misinterpreting several longstanding statutes and zoning codes. First, staff is trying to call the proposed underground garage a basement in an effort to avoid counting the space as part of the floor area ratio. There is absolutely no basis for this. It's very clear from codes that a basement must be contained underneath a structure or residence. No part of the proposed garage is positioned under a building. This has to be obvious to anyone with an impartial perspective. Please do not let this slip by your scrutiny. This would set a very dangerous precedent for R1 neighborhoods. Castellet is trying to use the synagogue Kolemeth as a precedent for this, but there's absolutely no comparison. The Kolemeth garage is positioned under the above ground structure. Secondly, the project plans are woefully inadequate in portraying the threat to protected oaks and redwood trees. The protection zones for many trees are either outdated or non-existent. There are 3 redwood trees that would be severely threatened by the garage, and there's a large oak tree that would be, according to the Urban Forestry Department, would be a sure kill by the intrusion of the garage. Just last week, the council spent considerable time discussing sustainability priorities. As noted during discussions, concrete produces a large amount of greenhouse gases. Please show the public that you're not just paying lip service to sustainability and do not allow the garage to be built. Neighbors support the school's plans to modernize their campus, but the garage should not be allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin, to be followed by Aram James and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Carrie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to hope that you can restore some confidence and trust in city government and the decisions that you make. I'm talking here about Castellet and my personal experience, and I want to take you back to 21 years ago when I was living on Churchill in our family home. And I got a little notice on my door and about a community meeting at someone's house. And I was very busy at the time, but I thought, well, I'll just go to the meeting. And it was a block away at someone's house on Emerson, where they talked about Castellet and the CUP and how many students and the parking. And okay, and so they went on, and I didn't feel strongly either for it or against it, but it sounded like it was going to be a good compromise between the neighbors and Castellet. So after that meeting, the CUP went from 385 students to 415, and they redid the whole campus and they put in a swimming pool. Anyway, so I want you to all know that there was a letter from John Lusardi, who was the planning manager at the time, stating that, I have the letter here, which I hope you will all look at with all your materials for Castellet, that any subsequent requests for additional students above 415 will not be favorably looked upon by the city. I think that this is just an example of where you need to back up, the city staff and the council needs to back up the decisions you make so we can trust you. Please stay true to your words so we can have faith in city government and decisions you make, and not just so that they're valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and then Susan Chow. Aram, go ahead.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about the Extensive Public Records Act request that I made on the Palo Alto Police Department K-9 unit. One thing I wanted to say, I was really surprised and actually taken aback and very happy that I'm not going to mention the name of the officer, but a police officer called me last week to discuss the Public Records Act that I put in. And it looks very much like there's going to be some cooperation in that regard. I do want to add one request to the Public Records Act. There's an article by Janati Shanir from the Weekly that was in the February 26th edition of the Weekly. And there's an article called "Teen Arrested for Alleged Carjacking." And down at the beginning of the first paragraph, it said 5 people got out of the vehicle and fled on foot. a police dog apprehended the driver on a nearby pedestrian bridge. So I would like also, that was a 16-year-old teen, I would like to include that incident in the Public Records Act if it's not already going to be included. My request was narrow, consistent with the same kind of request that I made 15 years ago or so, the past 36 months, so that we can all take a look at whether the K-9 unit should remain or whether it needs to be banned or limited to simply rescue operations. Also, I just wanted to talk a little bit about process, and I mentioned this to the officer that called me. We had a very respectful conversation. We don't agree always on police practices issues, but there's a lot of listening that goes on both ways, and I have a lot of respect for this individual. But one thing that I mentioned to this person was that when you have the police presenting to the Human Relations Commission or to the city council as a whole, there's never like Black Lives Matter given an opportunity to speak in rebuttal, or the ACLU process. Let's start to look at having equal time on both sides so that we can have decisions that everybody can buy into, because everybody's been heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Susan Chow and then Mary Sylvester. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. First, to the mayor, I need to point you to New York Times versus Sullivan, which held, among other times, that debate on public issues should not be inhibited. It may well include vehement attacks on government and public officials. Palo Alto does not have the authority to override the United States Supreme Court. Anyway, I'm talking about Castellea again, of course. And I will mention Jonathan Late, whom I criticize when I discuss this. I'm grateful to Carrie Arkin for pointing out the very long and extraordinarily consistent history of Castellea's existence in Palo Alto. Castellea consistently has been in violation of the limitations given to it by the city, and the city has consistently failed to enforce those violations to the detriment of our community. If Palo Alto's city staff had actually fined Castellea for its violations, the penalties, which amount to $500 per day per violation, which means per student over enrolled, would have added up to $10 million a year. Given that the city did not collect those fines, Castellea was able to make a $3 million profit off of its violations without any consequence. In 2013, Castellea signed an agreement promising that if it did not comply with its 415 student limit, it would agree to have the permit revoked. Please keep your promises on behalf of our community. Thank you so much for considering.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Susan Chow, to be followed by Mary Sylvester. And then Rohini, I don't want to do your last name incorrectly, so I'll just say Rohini. So go ahead, Susan. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Susan Chow, and I address you tonight regarding the aforementioned development proposed by Cato Investments to replace 2 single-story R1 zoned homes with a 3-story 24-unit apartment building. I offer you perspective on this issue, not only as a 28-year resident of College Terrace, but also as an owner-builder of my own home in College Terrace. As I'm sure the council is aware, Palo Alto has a single-family individual review process, Municipal Code 18.12.110. It provides guidelines for the construction of new 2-story residences or 2 second-story expansions. When I built my own home in Palo Alto, I was required to undergo that individual review process, which purports to preserve neighborhood character, promote construction compatible with surrounding homes, encourage respect for the surrounding neighbors' privacy, scale, and massing. And as part of that process, I consulted with my neighbors. I incurred costs, and that was all for a single 2-story home. Cato's proposed 3-story plan squeezes 24 units onto a third of an acre. This works out to 72 dwellings per acre. That's equivalent to an R72 zone surrounded by R1 properties. It would yield a 400% increase in density over any other property in College Terrace, and it would be a 1000% increase in density over the closest surrounding properties. Its roof is 270% taller than the nearest College Avenue neighbor. Its 10 apartments on second and third floors would directly face its Wellesley neighborhood, creating privacy impacts all along the length of that property. Cato never gave its neighbors the consideration of consulting with them before developing this proposal. College Terrace is a mix of tiny standalone homes, McMansions, Queen Anne, small apartment buildings. We have an eclectic neighborhood, and people want to rent and own here both. I welcome Cato to do that, but they have to do that within reason, with due regard for existing homes, and within the constraints to which all other homeowners like myself are limited. They can do this through significantly reduced scale.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester, to be followed by Rohini, and then our final speaker, Clara Chang. Mary, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff, and most specifically to Beth Miner. Thank you for your helpful, welcoming attitude with all of us. My name is Mary Sylvester, and I've been an immediate neighbor of Castellea School for 43 years. I am speaking for myself tonight. Castellea is an excellent educational institution for women. The purpose, though, of my comments do not relate to the quality of the education, but are more focused on: does Castellea's expansion project serve the best interest of Palo Alto as a whole? I believe that the costs of the project do not justify any small benefits to this community. And here's why. 75% of Castellea students come from outside Palo Alto. The school, after 20 years of illegal over-enrollment, grossed at least $12 million in unaccounted revenue from this over-enrollment, and is now asking for a 30% increase in the enrollment while it's still over-enrolled. To allow this increase right now makes a mockery of city laws and regulations. Number 3, this project, if approved, will add an additional 300 car trips into the neighborhood per school day for a total of 1,477 car trips. An underground garage has no place in this community, particularly in light of the sustainability goals of this town. The destruction of mature oaks and redwoods to make room for an underground garage is unconscionable. What has happened to our planning documents to safeguard our well-being? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Our next speaker is Rohini, to be followed by our final speaker, Clara. Rohini, go ahead.
Thanks, Beth. My name is Rohini Chakravarti. It's pronounced just as it's spelled, long, but
I didn't want to murder it.
No worries. Yeah, thank you for having me. So I wanted to speak to all of you about to request a COVID vaccination plan across the city. I have been a neighborhood volunteer for the last several weeks, helping some of my neighbors in the Crescent Park neighborhood get to their vaccines. And one of the things I've noticed is that there has been no line, just rules for preventing cutting in line. So the prioritizations that we're seeing from various state authorities has been more around trying to keep people out rather than tell people what to be doing. As an example, many of my elderly neighbors were expecting their doctors to call them in and tell them when they were supposed to come in for an appointment. And of course, there is no plan for that. Instead, they've had to call different places and wait for hours to get vaccine appointments. We're now having schools heading back to in-person learning, but teachers are having to fend for themselves to find vaccine appointments. There's a leadership gap. What I would like to request is that the city council take an interest in ensuring that we get to herd immunity across the city, which is 75% of residents and workers who are inoculated, and get to that in an orderly manner. Please ask for a citywide dashboard so you have and we have the information at a city level. And please coordinate vaccinations across the city at PAMF, at Stanford, at the pharmacies, and hopefully we will have some vaccinations at schools so teachers don't have to run around getting their vaccines. I live and work in the city, and we're looking at 8 to 10 months from now before we're all vaccinated and back at work. Coordinating this and giving some leadership from City Council will help this line move faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohini. And our final speaker is Clara Chang. Clara, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois and members of the Palo Alto City Council. My name is Clara Chang, and I'm board chair of the Palo Alto Community Child Care, or PAC. I'm here to speak about one of the action items under review, the fiscal year mid-year budget review, specifically the potential rent forgiveness program and its impact on PAC. Per the qualification.
Could you wait and speak on that item? This is for items not on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was supposed to be here at 8 to speak on that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Du Bois, we do have the votes tallied.
Okay.
Let me get this. So for the Historic Resources Board, voting for Martin Bernstein, we have Bert, Philseth, Cormack, and Tanaka. For Gogo Heinrich, Bert, Koo, Philseth, Greer, and Du Bois. For Michael McKinnon, Koo, Greer, Cormack, Tanaka, and Du Bois. And for Caroline Willis, we have Bert, Koo, Philseth, Greer, Cormack, Tanaka, and Du Bois. So Caroline Willis and Margaret Wimmer are both appointed, and so are Michael McKinnon and Gogo Heinrich. Margaret Wimmer got 7, Caroline Willis also got 7, and the other 2 received 5 votes. And then looking at the next one, we have I lost it. For the PTC, we have Councilmember Tanaka voting for Kathy Jordan. Council members Bert, Koo, Philseth, Greer, and Cormack for Ed Lowing. Cormack and Tanaka voted for Jessica Rasmini. And Bert, Koo, and Philseth and Greer all voted for Doria Suma. So we have Ed Lowing and Doria Suma both being appointed to the PTC.
Okay, so thank you. So we're complete. We don't need to do a second round. Let's move on to minutes approval, item number 5. And congratulations to those that won. Councilmember Koo.
I just wanted to mention, as I was reading this on packet page 27, the substitute motion, I believe it was Councilmember Tanaka that moved it, not Councilmember Cormack. Am I correct?
Oh, thank you. I know Councilmember Tanaka perhaps was the actually, I don't remember. I did not do both. That's true. Councilmember Tanaka, do you remember if you were the mover or the seconder?
I do not recall.
I think you were the seconder, but perhaps perhaps the clerk can check.
So in either case, I'd like to move the minutes with the correction to this particular substitute motion.
Great, I will second that. So let's go ahead and vote. Councilmember Filseth. Maybe you stepped away for a second.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Thank you very much. So now we're on to the consent calendar. Let's see if there are any members of the public that want to speak to the consent calendar.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on the items on the consent calendar, please raise your hand. Mayor Du Bois, this time we have one, Clara Chang.
Yes, and again, if Ms. Chang wants to speak to the mid-year budget review, that will be coming up next. But why don't we see if she wants to speak to consent?
Sorry, I guess I thought, no, I don't need to speak to that. I guess I thought 8 and 9 were part of consent, but they're not.
They're not their action. Thank you.
Okay. Any motions or comments from council members on consent?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Can we get a second?
I'll second. Okay, never mind.
Okay. All right, so we're going to vote on the consent calendar. We'll start with Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
I vote yes. And Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Great. All right. So we are now on to the action item. It's 8:25. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get into the. I'm sorry, we're at councilmember comments, but I'm still going to suggest we take a break, and then we'll come back, Ed, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll see you guys back here around 8:30, maybe a minute or two after. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we have a quorum. Ed, if you want to go ahead, let's go ahead and start.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a few.
Hey, Tom, I'm getting a message that you've disabled me.
I disabled you? I don't think I have that power.
You're only the mayor.
I wish I did.
There we go.
Okay, let's see if I am similarly abled by the city clerk's office to have a few slides to walk through. I'll do this quickly. Most of this is a reminder or are reminders of items that have been previously raised. So I'll just do this if I could with the next slide. Thank you. Just a quick update on our status with respect to the pandemic. Note that while we've not seen anything formal at this time, that Santa Clara County is anticipating a shift from the purple tier to the red tier that could occur as quickly as the next few days. Again, we have not yet heard that formally, and so as such, we're keeping a watchful eye out. As we know, our many members of the community, this red tier would ease some of the restrictions, allowing increased indoor activities as well as other activities overall. Would note that Santa Clara County has made a shift to the state level of restrictions with respect to outdoor youth sports, and that went into effect last week. We do have additional information on the city's homepage. A few other pandemic-related news items. First, in terms of vaccinations, we know that, again, the county in the lead has been expanding eligibility, as have the other private healthcare providers that have direct access to vaccines. And we are tracking and getting the word out as information is available. We also know that the county itself has been increasing availability to essential workers, various classes of or classifications of essential workers that began over the weekend. And then finally, testing, as has been the case and continued, attempted to repeat as often as we can, the testing remains very important to our community fight against the pandemic. And as such, would note we've got a few more dates, our upcoming dates for testing, free testing, available here in Palo Alto, both tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. The Friday session being performed by the Santa Clara County Department of Public Health. The other two dates being performed by Curative, mobile site out at Mitchell Park parking lot. All right, next slide, please. Also note for members of the community, both restaurateurs as well as those who patronize restaurants, two ongoing programs. The first being a grant program led really by the generosity of the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, setting aside $250,000 for Palo Alto restaurants, through which an application is available. And the other being a community effort to patronize restaurants and assist our local restaurants in making it through these very difficult times. Information on first is on our city webpage under cityofpaloalto.org restaurant relief, and the other is a separate organization, restaurantrescue.org, while at the same time we're trying to get the word out on both. Next slide, please. Another reminder that this week, the Mayor's State of the City address will be on Thursday evening. Information and registration available at the city's website, as well as directly here, bit.ly/PA State of the City 2021. Next slide, please. And also noting this past weekend was the first weekend at Foothills Park with the implementation of the park fee, $6 per vehicle on entry. Would note that there are a number of exemptions that the council approved and listed here. So we'll make this information available broadly, as has been certainly through discussion at the council's approval. Also note that we're rolling out an annual pass, acting on the council's action last week and over the last few days. We know that there have been a few hiccups along the way, but note that we've got a few different channels that members of the public can use to get access to the annual pass, including online, as well as by phone, currently on a weekday basis, and also in person at Lucy Stern Community Center on Tuesdays. And we'll be expanding that availability as resources permit. Next slide, please. And let's see, I believe my final reminder here is that the Housing Element Working Group is still soliciting members. So applications are available on the city's homepage for additional information, and we'll be coming back to the City Council for discussion on the selection of members on April 5th. Next slide, please. And, oh, that's right, we do have upcoming council meetings and a number of items for community awareness. Next week, the City Council will be hearing for the first time Castanea School application, be taking public testimony, will not be taking action at the meeting next week. And then we'll continue that meeting to March 15th. On the March 22nd, we have a couple of land use related items, as well as your community and economic recovery strategy follow-up. And then next slide, please. Uh-oh, that got a little, not what was expected. There we go, thank you. And just a little further out, later in March, first discussion in a while on rail grade separations with a report from the XCAP, the Expanded Community Advisory Panel, as well as coming up first week in April, Police Department Year in Review study session, unhoused services, an update on current and potential areas of additional exploration by the city, and then finally, as noted earlier, the Housing Working Group. And I believe that's the last substantive item or slide, other than ways for members of the community to stay in touch. With that, Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed. A lot going on. All right, we're finally at the action item portion of our meeting. I think we have at least one public speaker I know of wants to speak to item number 8. But let's go ahead and start with the mid-year budget review.
All right, once again, let me lead off our staff presentation. This is a fairly complex item, so we do want to provide an overview for members of the community. If I could, let's see, get our slides up, and let's go to the next slide, second slide. All right, thank you. And just to perhaps kick us off on this topic, would note, as the council is well aware, that we have had a much more robust discussion of budgetary issues this year, really starting since adoption of the city's annual budget last June. Starting in immediately after getting back in the fall, and a number of sessions that the City Council has had to take a look at both revenues as well as expenditures to this point. So this tonight's item is part of our annual review, the mid-year, but unlike a typical year, this is one in which we are bringing forward a much more substantive discussion of items that reflect the trajectory of revenues and expenditures as has been forecast in your budget and reflected in the budget allocations, and now coming back with a report on where we are with expenditures in particular, an opportunity for the council to discuss and, as appropriate, realign our resource levels with the financial resources that we have available. We do have a couple of specific items related to the council reserve for COVID uses, as well as the council has received a number of emails with respect to our tenants, whether they be nonprofit or for-profit on various city facilities, as well as disposition of a couple of programs, the business registry and business improvement district programs and fees associated with that. As it relates to the rent forgiveness program or rent forgiveness and the potential for a program, that could be a somewhat complex item for council discussion, and recognizing that, I think I would just point out that a final decision on that is really not essential this evening, but recognizing the interest from a variety of stakeholders' perspectives, that getting council feedback on that would be very helpful for us as we're proceeding with our own both fiscal planning as well as that of our tenants and partners. So with that, let me turn it over to Ms. Christine Paris to speak to the particulars of what you've got on your mid-year budget item this evening.
Thank you so much, Ed. First of all, just making the overall statement that at mid-year, the general fund is tracking as expected. The proposed actions in the mid-year report represent aligning budget with the February 8th long-range financial forecast and council's direction of a 3 to 5 year economic recovery. In addition to that, we've also included impacts of service level activity and trends as the organization moves through the pandemic. Overall, this net impact of the budget realignment is 4.8 million. And through proactive planning and financial management, we're happy to say that the budget stabilization reserve and the council's COVID-19 emergency reserve was not used to balance these impacts. This next table summarizes the preliminary second quarter financial status of the general fund. As you can see here on the bottom, the BSR balance remains at 35.9 million and is slightly below the 18.5% target. Overall, year-to-date expenditures and revenues compared to the adjusted budget are running at the same burn rate as prior year, although the adjusted budget balances are significantly less. This next slide drills down general fund revenues and includes in the projected 2021 column the mid-year actions that are before you tonight. You'll also please take note that the major tax revenues here on this slide align the revenues with the February 8th long-range financial forecast. And details for other items here, other than that, are also outlined in Attachment A, Exhibit 1. This slide summarizes staff's proposed balancing solution or strategy at mid-year. And the first half of the slide lists the items that contribute or offset the budget realignment actions that you'll see in Attachment A. These actions align service level activity and year-to-date trends, as well as it includes council's direction on February 8th for the long-range financial forecast and those impacts to tax revenues and corresponding adjustment to transfers for the capital fund. The bottom half of this table summarizes staff's proposed balancing solutions, which are made up of department service reductions and alignments, and also eliminate remaining travel budget and reduce management development funding that's been carried forward from previous years. To bridge the remainder of that impact, staff is recommending use of the department economically sensitive revenue reserve. If you recall, in developing the 2021 budget, it was assumed that shelter-in-place orders would be lifted in December 2020, and that local economic activity would resume thereafter. And through acknowledging that developing a budget where fiscal impacts are based on a pandemic and a lot of those factors were unknown, this reserve was established to anticipate any of those unforeseen changes in social restrictions and those impacts to services and revenues. Staff is therefore proposing that we use $3.5 million of this $5 million reserve to bridge the remaining mid-year impact. Also, in addition to the general fund status, in the report, we've also included the status of the other city funds. And on this slide, I wanted to highlight the parking fund and capital budget. And revenues for the parking funds are tracking significantly below budget. And this is primarily driven by community and economic impacts of COVID-19, specifically around the suspension of parking enforcement and extension of annual parking permit expiration dates. Budgeted targets were not adjusted in this mid-year report because we're monitoring all of that, and we're also assuming that hopefully parking permit sales are going to resume before the end of the fiscal year. As far as the capital budget, most projects are anticipated to remain within budget levels, and any adjustments for these projects can be found in Attachment A, Exhibit 2. And included in staff's recommended motions here, and looking beyond the 2021 budget, staff is seeking council's direction as we develop the 2022 proposed budget that will be released in late April and be discussed with Finance Committee in May. We're seeking council's direction that positions that were frozen and defunded as part of the 2021 adopted budget be reduced in alignment with the long-range financial forecast. If you recall, the long-range financial forecast in scenario B does not assume restorations of these services. Reduction of these positions would represent a 18% reduction in force to deliver services to the community. Also included in the staff report, we wanted to provide the council with a list of projects that staff expects to present to council for award before the end of the fiscal year. And we included this list in response to council's interest of being informed of project status prior to full review of the capital plan this coming May. So this is that list, and we've also included in this slide projects that have the little push pin thumbtack next to it are partially funded by alternative funding sources, including grants, enterprise funds, gas tax, SUMC, or impact fees. And with that, I will turn it over to Kylie Nose, our Chief Financial Officer, to go over the rent forgiveness program, BRC bid, next steps, and conclusion.
Thank you, Ms. Paras. Good evening, Council. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Director. So to round this out, you kind of got the whole financial picture of things. We've now have the two programmatic areas that we have brought before you tonight. The first being rent forgiveness. The council directed staff to bring back options for a rent forgiveness program for city tenants at the October council meeting when we reviewed the preliminary Q1 financial forecast. So we brought that back for the council's review. Ultimately, there are the city has a number of tenants at our facilities, everything from independent artists to corporations. And so based on that breadth of tenancy, staff has tried to bring forward the pieces of information necessary to assist the council in deliberating the type of program that it may want to consider. So on the next slide, we highlight some of those options. And so I guess the primary point is to really ensure that the council and public understands that we've highlighted these options to spark interest and feedback from the council, and they are not meaning they aren't the only options. They are done and costed in a way that they could be modular. So for example, if the council wanted to do more than 3 months, they could say, option B, but for 6 months. And that would provide roughly the financial impact of that. Another option could be to consider perhaps 50% reduction in rent as a forgiveness as opposed to full rent forgiveness. And depending on how the council wished to structure that, you could say 50% rent forgiveness for a 6-month period. Well, that value-wise, from a costing perspective, would be the same as a rent forgiveness of 100% for 3 months. Anyway, I think the public and the council understand what I'm trying to say, but ultimately just wanted to kind of walk through that these are intended to be modular to assist the council in their discussion. In addition, highlights of qualifications of this program would be very similar to programs that the city has established, as well as other programs that we've done our research on across the state, frankly, in terms of helping out during this period of time. So looking at, tenants in good standing, looking at ones that have demonstrated an impact due to COVID-19 and the like. So as City Manager Cotta said, your feedback on this these potential programs would be helpful, but a decision isn't required this evening. On the next slide, we talk about the Business Registry Certificate Program and the Downtown Business Improvement District. So when we first thought that COVID was going to only be maybe 6 to 9 months in length, we had paused these fees through essentially December of 2020 through calendar year 2021. And so what staff has brought before the council is to look at suspending it again in what would be our fiscal year 2022. So remember, some of these programs are on a calendar year. And so that's why some of the dates look a little funky. What this would do is for the Downtown Business Improvement District, be another buy in terms of assessing the fees. And that's about $70,000 annually. And for the BRC, the Business Registry Certificate Program, it's about $100,000 annually. And that's the $50 fee for businesses. I will say that to encourage enrollment in these programs, anytime staff has offered grants or support to the business community, one of the application requirements is that the applicant submit their information for these programs, just recognizing the perhaps reverse incentives that we're trying to handle here. So those are the two types of programs, and depending on council's direction, staff will bring back the necessary documents for council approval. On the next slide, just again to go over this, it's a big report, so there are a lot of issues for us to handle through this evening. And really what this report tries to do is continue to proactively move the organization through these uncertain times with just-in-time information as we continue to adapt in the uncertainty. So I will say, kudos to this council and their leadership and the community and staff on all of the hard work that's gone into being here. It's the hard work that we've done over the last 6 to 9 months that allow us to bring forward a mid-year that is not drawing on our reserves, that is aligning within existing resources and is starting to proactively deal with what we're expecting in FY22, as the council knows, as part of the long range, will be more gaps between revenues and expenses through realizing and recognizing vacancies that we're seeing service reductions from now, and we'll continue to see service reductions as we move through the coming months and the coming fiscal year. So the last piece I will say is the kind of rounding this out is really recognizing what it would mean to direction to align the staffing levels with what we did in the 2021 budget. So again, with all of the planning that we have done, remember that, and as we discussed as part of the long range financial forecast, many services and many resources were reduced as part of that FY21 budget, which have positioned us for this mid-year report. And with it were significant service reductions that many haven't felt as a result of the current shelter-in-place orders. And so this action to kind of take and align those staffing levels will be an important one as our current financial picture in the future continues to provide forecasted gaps between revenues and expenses. And then lastly, we'll go over the next steps, which is really continuing the iterative process as we move through this. So this will not be the last time. This isn't the first time that we've been before council to go through a financial status update. We will continue this process through multiple steps with the council. In March and April, we have fee studies that are coming forward. We have the utility rate forecasts that are coming forward. In May, we have a multi-day process that's scheduled with the Finance Committee to discuss the proposed budgets. In June, we have the budget adoptions with the rates, utility fees, and muni fees. And also, as we alluded to on the prior slide, what we'll be adding to this June is likely a year-end cleanup, similar to what we did last June. With more information, come forward and adjust the 2021 budget proactively to align the revenues and expenses so that by the time we get to CAFR season for the comprehensive annual financial report, we've done our best to align and ensure that our revenues and expenses are accurately depicted. So with that, we have a long detailed recommendation for the council's consideration. And so we will turn it back to the mayor, I think, for public comment.
Yeah, so six different items here, quite a bit tonight. Let's go to the public first, and we'll come back to council. And let's go with 2 minutes for the public. And I know Clara Chang has been waiting patiently. So let's get started.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Any member of the public that wishes to speak on this budget item, please raise your hand at this time. Our first speakers are Arnaud Bolins, to be followed by Wei Chen, and then Penny Ellison. Arnaud, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Dear members of the City Council and Mayor Du Bois, the Charleston-Arrestadero corridor is a major east-west connection in Palo Alto for many students riding and walking to school. While phase 1 and 2 of the Charleston-Arrestadero corridor project have been completed, until the third and final phase is finished, the intersection with El Camino Real will remain a safety hazard to our children. Therefore, I urge you to ensure that funding will be available to finish the construction of this very important missing link. This project has now been delayed for almost 15 years. And according to Berkeley TIMS data, in the last 10 years, 9 accidents have happened at this location. Every additional delay will put more vulnerable road users at risk of serious injury. Thank you for your service to the City of Palo Alto.
Thank you, Arnaud. Our next speaker is Wei Chen, to be followed by Penny Ellison, and then Nicole Goodwin. Wei, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, City Council, for the opportunity for me to speak. My name is Wei Chen. I would like to comment on the rental forgiveness program. I'm speaking on behalf of Acme Education Group. Acme is a tenant at Copley Community Center for the last 20 years. We provide childcare and after-school program for the children in Palo Alto. We have served thousands of families in the last 23 years in Palo Alto. So pandemic has a severe impact to our business. We lost 2/3 of the enrollment since the shelter in place started in last March. Currently, we rent about 10,000 square feet in Copley Community Center, but right now we only have 12 students on site inside Copley, right? So we cannot afford to pay the full rent given the situation. We really need help to for the rental so we can continue to serve the Palo Alto family. I appreciate the City Council have deferred the rental for 3 months last year. I have 2 comments for the current forgiveness proposal on the agenda. First is I don't know why there is a qualification criteria for 2019 revenue has to be less than 2.5 million. That makes us unqualified because we are business entity, have multiple locations, and our revenue in 2019 was higher since we're growing. seems it unfair to punish us simply because we have a higher revenue in 2019. So I would like to ask City Council to remove that criteria or raise the limit. Second, I don't think 3 months forgiveness is enough to help. It has been 12 months since the SIP since last March, and the school has not fully opened. I think the impact will continue, last another 6 to 9 months. So I'd like to ask City to make a 6 months rental forgiveness or 50% reduction of the rental since the SIP started. We are honored to serve the Palo Alto parents in the last 23 years. We would like to continue to serve if our rental costs can be reduced. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Wei. Our next speaker is Penny Elson, to be followed by Nicole Goodwin, and then Clara Chang. Penny, go ahead. Penny, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Penny, can you unmute from your end? We'll move on for the moment to Nicole Goodwin. Nicole, go ahead. You have 2
Hi,
minutes.
thank you. Thanks so much. My name is Nicole Goodwin. I'm a physical therapist with the REACH program at Cubberley. And we are a community of instructors and students of stroke survivors. We have group classes taught by physical therapists, occupational therapists, and speech therapists. And we're very much a community, not so much a business. We're a nonprofit. Our students benefit from the camaraderie, their structure in their day. We help empower them to take control of their lives. It's been changed dramatically by a stroke. They get benefits physically, emotionally. They spend a good part of their day at REACH Monday through Thursday. There's a break for lunch. It's very much a community. We are struggling to stay afloat on Zoom, as you can imagine. This patient population struggles not only with technology, but communication in general. So we are, I think, currently less than 40% capacity on our Zoom classes and just struggling to stay afloat. So I am speaking obviously to the rental forgiveness. We cannot continue to serve this amazing population of people if we have to pay our full rent. So I think that's it. I am just hoping this gets reviewed. We are looking at least at option C for the nonprofits and what you can do to help keep us serving this population. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Our next speaker is Penny Elson, to be followed by Nicole Goodwin, and then Clara Chang. Penny, go ahead.
Thank you. Beth, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, terrific. Thank you. Council members and City Manager Shikata, thank you for listening to my comments this evening. In 2001, I had my first conversation with former Planning Director Steve Emsley about the Charleston and Rostadero plan. In 2003, the concept for the project was approved by City Council unanimously. That would be the first of 17 public hearings that would follow. In each one, the plan was unanimously approved by Council. The original completion date for the project was in 2007. That was when they estimated it would be done. And now in 2021, I hope that the City Council will not cut the project or cause further delay to it after many, many delays over subsequent years. This project is not optional. It is a required mitigation for the traffic safety impacts of nearly 1,000 units of housing that were built in the corridor area, the Campus for Jewish Life, and multiple other projects, including a hotel. The two intersections with the highest number of pedestrian bike injury collisions have not been touched yet. State Highway El Camino Real has no bike lanes at all on the approach to the highway. on Charleston Road, where students are required to take a lane, which is at a location like that, a difficult thing for even a very confident and skilled bicyclist. Please do not cut or cause further delay to this important school commute corridor project. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Penny. And we'll take hands for another 2 minutes and then we'll close off. Our next speaker is Clara Chang, to be followed by Joseph Danucci and then Rebecca Eisenberg. Clara, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, members of the Palo Alto City Council, and City Manager Shikata. I am Clara Chang, and I'm board chair of the Palo Alto Community Child Care, or PAC. We rent portables from the city of Palo Alto on 11 elementary school sites. And I am here to speak regarding the potential rent forgiveness program and its impact on PAC. Per the qualifications, as listed on page 13, number 5 of the staff report, we would be excluded from rent forgiveness because our revenue was over $2.5 million in 2019. However, our current losses are $200,000 per month as we try to keep the agency afloat with PPP loans and by depleting our reserves. Rent forgiveness would significantly help us to sustain financial viability until the COVID situation stabilizes and we are allowed to increase enrollment to healthier levels again. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Our next speaker is Joseph Danucci, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg, and then Dr. Joselle Cabacan. Joseph, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm chairman of the REACH program. REACH has been providing rehab services for stroke survivors at Cubberley since 1989 for 32 years. We offer speech, physical, and occupational therapy to our students to help put their lives back together. We were part of Foothill College from the beginning and became a standalone 501c3 nonprofit back in 2012. So far, we've served about 3,000 students. While we offer our services at very low cost, we've never turned any student away because of finances. Beside the formal therapies, REACH is a community of people, as Nicole Goodwin commented, just like you and just like me, except our students share the challenges and obstacles of recovering from their own private earthquake, stroke. In class and over lunch, they treasure each other's company and encouragement, and they get better. REACH is a place of small miracles. We occupy the 3,000 square foot P building at Cubberley from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. 4 days a week. Our annual budget runs around $250K. We're pretty tiny. Our rent's about $2,200 a month. The pandemic shut down our classes last March, and we haven't been able to use the building in 11 months. Our students are all very vulnerable seniors. Our finances have been severely weakened by the shutdown of the classes. We appreciate the rent waiver from last April through June, and we are requesting some relief from rent payments until we get back to class. We are beginning our preparations to return to Cubberley as soon as our students and therapists are safe. In summary, we've been helping people recover from stroke after insurance runs out, but there's still damage. We really appreciate everything the city has done so far. I want to also give a shout out to Jeff Weaver for help to keep us informed. And we appreciate your consideration for rent relief for us.
Thank you, Joseph. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Dr. Joselle Cabacan and then Jeff Englander. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. There is no larger force on a human being's actions than the emotional need to preserve one's ego. For this reason, it is so common to be universal that people have a very, very hard time. The dog agrees, admitting their errors. To have a hard time recognizing your error is human. It is regular. It is to be expected. At this point, as we're watching nonprofits die and our beloved retail, local retail die, I beg you to recognize your error. I beg you to instruct your staff to open their eyes when they look around and see what other cities are doing. Because anyone who has read the press recently has seen that every city with a business tax on the largest, most profitable businesses is facing a surplus right now. Palo Alto's budget, which is publicly available to you and to your city staff, whom I urge you to have them look at, Palo Alto projects $2 billion, $2 billion in revenue from their business tax. And given that you all still refuse to collect data on large businesses, and large businesses own 80% of Palo Alto, it is probable that our revenue from large business taxes would be even higher than Palo Alto's. But even East Palo Alto has a surplus now because they tax their large businesses. Please admit your mistake and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Dr. Giselle Cabacan, to be followed by Jeff Englander, and then Andrea Saliba is our final speaker. Go ahead, doctor.
Okay. Hi, thank you, City Council. My name is Giselle Cabacan. I am a longtime resident here in Palo Alto since I completed my medical training at Stanford University. My parents have lived in Palo Alto for the past 4 years, and I am speaking in behalf of the REACH program. My father suffered a massive hemorrhagic stroke, which consequently caused him to have complete left-sided paralysis. And the REACH program has been invaluable in his recovery. He has been a participant of REACH program for the past 2 years. And not only has a speech pathologist improved his speech, it's also the physical therapist and occupational therapists have also improved his movements. Because of the sense of camaraderie that the REACH program provides, his mood has increased and he is becoming less and less depressed. I am basically speaking from a patient's family's perspective and asking if you can strongly consider the rent forgiveness for the REACH program, because this is an invaluable asset for the community. And as you know, we will all be getting older as years go by, and we will never know if we ever need situations or programs such as these. And again, I implore that you strongly consider rent forgiveness for a program that has helped residents of Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cabacan. Our next speaker is Jeff Englander, to be followed by our final speaker, Andrea Saliba. Jeff, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Dr. Jeff Englander, and I've been a rehab physician in Santa Clara County since 1985, working primarily at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, and also as the medical director for Rehab Without Walls. And I am echoing some of the comments that have been made by Nicole, Joe, and Dr. Cabacan regarding the needs of people long-term who have stroke and chronic neurologic conditions. Unfortunately, our medical insurance programs do not support people's recovery for more than 3 or 4 months after their catastrophic neurologic events. And REACH has been a go-to program for so many people that I have followed and my colleagues have followed at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center for many, many years. People who are recovering from these conditions work very hard to try to improve their lives, improve their mobility, their communication skills, their abilities to take care of each other. And as they gradually improve, they become less of a burden on their family members, and their quality of life, of course, improves. So I am echoing my colleagues and friends from REACH that rent relief and rent forgiveness programs be continued until we are able to have in-person classes again and be able to generate appropriate revenue. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope we'll able to be successful in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Englander. Our final speaker is Andrea Saliba. Andrea, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Andrea Saliba. I have been a homeowner in Palo Alto for 30 years, and I am speaking on behalf of Cubberley Community Center, and more specifically Dance Visions, which is a very, very lean nonprofit, which I helped start 29 years ago. It is a dance studio that is dedicated to providing affordable space for dance groups and ethnic dance groups and very small dance communities. It is a place where I have danced and taught classes for the past 19 years, pretty much on a daily basis. We have not been able to be in the space for the past year. And we have been paying rent to the city of Palo Alto, paying the rent out of our kind of our savings account, which we have typically, most of our funds pretty much come from our concerts and our performances. We typically have performances every March. So we've missed 3 different performances over the past year. And so I'm just basically asking for your consideration in rent forgiveness. If full rent forgiveness would be great. And if not, if you could help us with about $40,000 to cover the second half of this year's rent, we would be so, so grateful. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Andrea. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you to all the public speakers. So we're going to come back to council. Let's do a round of questions only. It's a pretty complicated item. And again, there's really 6 different topics here. Budget appropriations, priorities for the reserve funds, capital project review, rent forgiveness, waiving fees for the business registry and the downtown bid, and then the question of eliminating the unfilled / frozen positions. So again, let's just do questions. I see Councilmember Filseth and then Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks very much. Hey, on slide 6, can you remind me again what the department economically sensitive revenue reserve is?
Yes, in development of the adopted budget, and assuming that there are a lot of unknowns to developing a budget around fiscal impacts of a pandemic, we had set aside $5 million to anticipate these types of things. And
okay, that's what that is. That's the $5 million.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That was my question. I remember this.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, when we get to comments, I'll definitely be talking about what a great job we all did with reserves. So thumbs up on that. Couple questions. What, in plain English, is a, quote, proactive recognition of vacancy savings, unquote, so that people reading along and watching at home understand what is actually happening?
Right. I'll try to answer that in plain English. So within certain departments, there were vacancies that were above frozen positions. And so to bridge the gap at mid-year, or the realignment of budget, we decided to take those vacancies down, vacancy savings further.
Okay, so there's two kinds of vacancies. There's vacancies that you're going to ask us to just eliminate permanently, and then there's some other ones as well.
Yes. So,
okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Councilmember Cormack, just one thing to add on to that. With the hiring freeze, with us and departments knowing what we're facing in 2022, we are consciously making the decision to not only not hire these positions, but likely these will be positions that are brought forward as part of the 2022 balancing strategy. We're just bringing it now since they're already vacant and we don't expect to hire them further. So you can see some of the specific transactions in the attachment A.
Right. Okay, thanks. On page 55, the capital projects, so that's page 11. If someone's just looking at the item packet, page 55, it looked like on your slide you had some push pins. I think a little bit more specificity would be helpful in a few areas. The Rinconada one, the Charleston Arrastradero one. I'd also be interested in the downtown automated parking guidance. It looked like we're not using any fees for that, if it's possible to do that. And then finally on this list, I just note that PE 20002, the city facilities assessment and record plan, it shows up in our next item as a risk factor. So just be interested in understanding that how much in each of those three, Rinconada, Charleston Arrastradero, and parking guidance is coming from dedicated funds. We don't have to answer now. Other people may have different questions on that. Next question. I noticed on page 67 that the reduction in police overtime was partially attributed to specialized units not being in action. So were those specialized units using overtime? The traffic team was using overtime? Page 67.
I'd have to ask Chief Johnson on that.
Okay.
But that was part of their budget reductions
Okay.
in FY 2021.
I'm not seeing him pop up, so he can maybe think about that. Next question. So a lot of emails, calls, phone calls, and people speaking about Cubberley tenants in particular. When I look at, and thank you, Director Nose, for saying there's a bunch of different ways we can take it. But when I look at packet page 107, so attachment B, that's B6 for people following along at home, would it be possible to have a lens that is nonprofit, that is not just nonprofit, but also has sector? And I don't know if that's a legal question. Would we, for example, could we just say that we are going to forgive music, 3 months of music, sports, health, fitness, education, dance? There's a few of these small businesses that are quite similar to the nonprofits, but they're a for-profit business. Would that be a possible lens we could use, or would there be problems with that?
Not sure if who's going to respond. I will. If someone more. Well, all right. I do believe the council has discretion in this regard, and so can slice as you see appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah. The only reason why I was pausing is trying to determine how we would create and identify those definitions in a way that is administratively not not feasible
and equitable, of course. Yeah. Okay. And then I see my time is gone, but with slide 9, Ms. Paras, I just want to be sure what you're asking us to do is eliminate frozen positions. So there's nobody in that position right now. That service isn't being provided, but what we're saying to ourselves and our staff and the community is that's not coming back. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Great. Okay.
Just to clarify, not coming back for the current fiscal year. It does not presume any decision the council will make for next fiscal year.
Okay, thanks.
Questions going to Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for putting together this report and all the real tireless work you've been doing on the budget. This has got to be a really big lift. So thank you. I'd like to focus first on rent forgiveness. A couple of my questions there. What exactly does it mean when we're saying non-operational tenants? Does that mean tenants that are not currently operating their business because of COVID?
That's correct. I can have Jeff Weaver or Sunny chime in here if they have any additional color.
Can you clarify, or does that mean they're closed permanently, or they're closed but they want to come back, or both? Like, it's really hard to tell what that means.
Sure. So just kind of looking at non-operational, we're kind of looking at the public health order, trying to understand, who was really affected. We classified some as operational. We look at cell towers. There's really no mandates on cell towers. We have some parking at Gang Road for Anderson Honda. There's really no issues there. So for us, that's kind of how we tried to define operational and non-operational. I know a lot of our tenants that I have spoken to have reached out and said, they've been impacted, and even with Cubberley with the stay-at-home order. So a lot of that, we've kind of tried our best to really classify that as far as who we considered as operational and non-operational in that sense, as far as like the cell towers and the parking and the laydown yard at LATP.
So non-operational because they're not operating because of COVID restrictions and health orders.
Yeah, we've noted that we've been told that people can't operate in the vicinity due to either one public health order or a stay-at-home order. So just either one, someone's notified me that they've been impacted by COVID.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed there were several cell towers listed here. I assume those will not be included in the rent forgiveness program.
Correct. If you kind of look at what we're trying to focus on, primarily we're trying to focus on small business and nonprofits. So in that sense, yes, the cell towers are considered operational even with that pandemic.
And can you further explain how staff has made a distinction on small business and large business? Because that's an important distinction. And it's not really defined in the staff report.
Sure. I've looked at some recent grant programs, whether that's coming through from San Francisco or coming through the Santa Clara County. I know they recently launched loans for small business programs. In their definition, they considered a small business to be revenues under 2.5 million. In some cases, they really emphasized the percentage loss in revenue related to kind of the impacts to COVID. So that's kind of how we're kind of looking at it. I know there's nothing really specific as far as defining a true small business, but that's kind of the notes that I've taken from the different programs that I've seen.
So this is why I'm a little confused, because in the factors that we would consider based on the staff recommendation, number 5, the business must have had gross revenues of less than 2.5 million in 2019. So that's the factor that would consider a business being a small business.
Correct.
Okay. So if we went with option A, is factor 5 applicable at that point? Because then option A includes larger businesses, so then they would be able to have the gross revenue above 2.5.
So option A is essentially rent forgiveness for everybody, small or large. So I think that.
Okay, so the factors don't apply.
Right. Correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. A few seconds left. So let me maybe last question on this. Given that we have these estimated impact costs, did staff consider the likelihood of which tenants would be able to qualify under these factors that are delineated in the staff proposal, and kind of calculating the total number of tenants that will qualify That's kind of like question A. And the first part, second part to that, has staff reached out to the current tenants to really get a sense of what's truly needed there? Because I was just kind of, my sense from some emails from the public as well as some public speakers, it doesn't seem maybe that happened.
So yeah, so regarding the categories of the options that we were given, we kind of try to define our best the estimated impacts of how many tenants that each program could potentially reach. You know, I think with us, it's really hard to define specifically at Coverly, you know, who's really our small tenants. I was easily able to identify some of the nonprofits based on the website, but as far as revenue numbers go, you know, we really don't collect that data, or we don't have that information. So it was a little difficult for us to kind of define that portion. But I did my best to estimate that if, for example, if you chose option B, essentially it would be 58 tenants that you would be able to help based on that particular option.
And the second part of my question, was there any outreach to the tenants there, or no?
No, it was mainly just taking the feedback from the tenants. I think at the time, you know, a lot of the requests that we were receiving was essentially asking for assistance beyond, I guess, my capacity. So for us, was just kind of taking that information and trying to develop a program based on the feedback that we received.
Perfect. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. First question on impact of cuts that we've had this year. We've only recently really started having the effect of some of the fire department cuts and the brownout. Do we have any data yet on response times from fire?
I believe Chief Blackshire is on and could help us with some of that. But I do know our response times have been impacted not necessarily just by budget reductions, but also with new protocols. A big one is needing to do PPE on every call now, given the COVID-19 response precautions. And so that is a significant time change that we've been dealing with in recent months.
Yes, we have, and I actually don't see Chief Blackshire, but perhaps just to note, we do continue to track both response times as well as volumes of calls, which are down, also related to the pandemic. So there are a number of factors that are tracking. And here we go, Fire Chief Blackshire.
Good evening, Council. I don't have the data you're requesting in front of me, but we will be releasing performance. We do a semi-annual performance report that we'll be submitting in the near future, and it will have that information on there.
Okay. And then my next questions really have to do with the capital projects, table 2, which is on page 11 of the staff report. And I appreciate getting this on projects that are yet to have the contracts this fiscal year to bring them forward to the council, but they're expected to. What I couldn't figure out from this is which projects that were in the capital plan are not expected to come forward this fiscal year and instead are likely to be rolled over. And then second, at our other recent meeting, we had talked about making distinctions on which of these capital projects are actually essential and which are not. So is there any information on either of those things?
So the first one that you were talking about in terms of projects that are not going to be completed this year, and staff would be potentially rolling them forward to FY 2022. Staff's plan is to bring all of that forward as part of the budget process. So to give council confidence that they would be able to opine on the prioritization of those items, we wanted to provide this list to identify those that would actually move forward in this fiscal year, and it would potentially impede council's ability to take action in May. So we are actually actively working on compiling that list as part of our budget development, and expect that that discussion will be a robust component of the Finance Committee and Council's work as we move through the CIP.
Okay, and then as far as which of these are essential, has staff offered any judgments on that?
We have not.
Okay. For instance, on the ones that I'm not seeing here, I recall there was an item on City Hall planning space it was a pretty significant amount for reconfiguring City Hall. Is that one? I just kind of want to make sure that some of these things haven't gone forward either. That I was hoping we would have that opportunity to put the brakes on if they really aren't essential this fiscal year, or even in some cases appropriate. So I don't feel the ability to comment on that, because I don't know which ones have already gone forward and which haven't, that aren't on this list.
Well, thanks, Vice Mayor.
Yep. Go ahead, Brad.
Eggleston, Public Works Director. Just the specific project you mentioned, I think, is one that we're planning to reappropriate to next fiscal year. And I guess more generally, part of our thinking, including this table in the item, was to give you a sense for the thing and a chance to talk about things that might be coming to the council kind of between now and the time that we really get into having the fuller discussion during the budget process. And to the extent that there's other significant projects, just, generally speaking, with any construction contract over 250,000 needing to come to council for your approval, or consultant contracts at a lower amount, you would have already seen those. And so other projects like that have not started.
Got it. So if we haven't seen the project and it's not on this list, then it's probably a rollover.
Yeah, unless it's a much smaller project.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you, staff, for your work. I know this is a lot of work, so I definitely acknowledge and appreciate that. As I ask my question, can you get slide 3 up, please, from the presentation? And as soon as it's up, I'll ask my question around that. So let me go and get into the rent forgiveness. Oh, here it is. Oh, you guys don't have it yet. Okay, good. You're pretty quick here. So I just want to understand this at a high level. So the first statement in there says, the mid-year general fund is tracking as expected, but the very next bullet says that the net impact of 4.8 million, negative 4.8 million. So I was just trying to reconcile this. So is it tracking as expected? And if so, then we shouldn't have to do any realignment. Or do we need a realignment and the general fund is not tracking as expected? I was just trying to understand the first line versus the second line and the apparent conflict between the two.
Sure. So let me take a stab at that, and Christine can round me out if I've missed a step. Ultimately, when we did the budget balancing in May, we knew that there would be services that we typically charge for that we wouldn't be able to do as a result of the shelter-in-place orders. We didn't know what they were, though. So in anticipation of that, we set aside this reserve, knowing that come mid-year, we would be able to realign things. And that's exactly what this is. So yes, we are showing a realignment that we need to pull revenues down essentially and make adjustments that are to the tune of 4.8 million. However, we knew that was going to happen. So we have a reserve that's going to offset that for the most part because we just didn't know where to take them yet. And so that's that kind of juxtaposition of we're tracking as expected, but yes, we are making adjustments that are reducing revenue estimates.
And so if you don't make this adjustment, then I assume it has to probably come from the BSR, the Budget Stabilization Reserve. Is that the way it works?
Balancing has a number of council discretionary components of it, and there's a wide breadth of solutions that the council could provide direction to us on.
Okay, but I mean, assuming unless the revenue comes back up, we would have to cut expenses in order to make up this 5 million, right?
Yeah, you could cut expenses, you could try and raise revenues a different way.
Okay.
But like I said, this reserve was set
Sure.
aside specifically for this purpose.
Okay, understood. And then onto the rent relief side, do we know, and as staff may have not asked this question, but do we know how many of the people being serviced by these different organizations are Palo Alto residents versus non-Palo Alto? And if not, can we find that out or can we ask them?
My understanding is we don't have that data. And I think asking them is obviously a feasible endeavor. It just is a significantly labor intensive, and I'm not sure staff has the bandwidth to do something like that.
And then I'm looking at the attachment A, and attachment A, it says our cable revenue dropped by 200,000, and I was just thinking, like, if everyone at home, shouldn't the cable revenue be the same, if not higher? But so why did the cable revenue drop by 200,000?
That's an ongoing trend, to be honest. We've talked about it as part of the media center relationship that we have with MidPen. That's associated with cable packages. And so with the shift to online streaming and the like, there has been an ongoing reduction in cable franchise.
Okay. So pandemic and independent. And then I saw a line in there about donating ACO vehicle for 55,000. And I was just thinking, gee, if we are having real budget issues, why are we donating vehicles? So maybe can staff explain a little bit about that? And it wasn't a very detailed, I forgot what line it was, what page it's on, but can staff talk a little bit about why are we donating vehicles if we're having budget issues? Okay, maybe as you guys look that one up, I'll go on to my next one because I'm on a shot clock here.
Councilmember Tanaka, that's actually not donating a vehicle, it's buying a vehicle with donated funds.
Oh, okay, that's different. Makes sense. Okay, thank you. And then the other question here is, if we're laying people off, I saw that there's a $40,000 expense for interviewing software. And I was just thinking, gee, if we're laying people off, why are we spending money buying interview software? I mean, can we just use Zoom? Or, I mean, why do we have to spend $40,000 to buy interviewing software? It just seemed kind of contradictory if we're laying people off and doing hiring freezes and limiting vacancies. So can staff explain why are we buying new interview software if at the same time we're laying people off and having hiring freezes and stuff? Can you explain why that makes sense?
And I believe we have HR Director Rumi Portillo.
Apologies for this very poor lighting behind me. Yes, this is Rumi Portillo, Human Resources Director. Councilmember Tanaka, that is a software that is designed to allow candidates to interview remotely. We are utilizing that primarily in our utilities department presently. We do actually have a number of critical to fill positions, hard to fill positions, and they are, for the most part, a snapshot right now is that they're in special funds.
Also, just to clarify, Councilmember Tanaka, you made a reference to we're laying people off. We are not laying people off.
That's true. Not yet. I should be clear. So we're not. That's true. But I guess my main point though is it doesn't seem like we're doing a significant amount of hiring.
We are definitely on a hiring freeze. We do have exemptions for critical safety sensitive positions. And there is at any time from 20 to 45 positions that we are actively recruiting. This does save the city a significant amount of resources in that we don't have to assemble in-person interview panels, which is the norm. And during COVID, that is what was allowing us to continue the hiring for these critical positions. And in the future would also be a significant cost savings in terms of operations in our recruiting and hiring process.
Okay, I my time's up. So, but I guess my main point is just seems a little bit odd. And why can't we just use Zoom when we interviewed other people like the PTC and HRB people? But okay, I'll go on later. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Right. I wanted to ask about the, so a lot of the questions has been answered. the ambulance subscription fee and the first responder fee. Can you tell me a little bit more about the subscription fee for the ambulance and how does it work? Because in Exhibit 1, Attachment A, it mentions residents and business can secure co-pay free ambulance transport. So doesn't insurance usually take care of that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Koo. The answer is in part, and there's typically an additional cost. Chief Blackshire can help shed more light on this. This is a fee that was reviewed by the Finance Committee back in December and is actually slated to come back to the Finance Committee for further revisions based on some questions. And then after that would come to the full council for adoption. And so what this action is doing is just pulling down the revenue estimates due to the delay as we are working to design and implement that program. And so Chief Blackshire can kind of articulate the program traits.
Good evening, Councilmember Koo, and thank you for your question. And for clarification, it depends on the type of insurance that the customer has. If it's commercial insurance, there's really it's hard to tell what the copay would be. On average, it would be about $300 to $500 copay that is not covered by insurance, and then based on the transport model. And that's what it would cover. Those patients that are Medicare, Medi-Cal, they don't have the same copay that a commercial insurance carrier would have. And so that primarily would be the focus for the subscription service, are those customers that are not covered by Medicare or Medi-Cal and are primarily commercial insurance holders.
So is this going to be mandatory or for people to get, or because I guess when I'm reading this, I just worry, does that mean the ambulance transport, how do you prioritize this? It means somebody who has a subscription gets to get that first, even though there's a much more serious case that doesn't have a subscription to the insurance? I mean, to the ambulance?
No, I'm glad you asked the question, Councilmember Koo. This the program is completely voluntary, and it has nothing to do with the level of dispatch or priority of service. It's only applied after the transport. So, you know, when we're responding to the call, we don't know whether the customer is a member or not. We actually don't know until we get their insurance information, and we would enter their address in, and then we would get notification that they are a subscription member, and therefore we would cover that deductible that they would normally have to pay out of pocket. We would cover that if they are subscribers.
Okay, very good. Thank you. It's a relief. Thank you, Chief. And then last question is on the strike teams. When we get reimbursement from the states, is it accounted into the recovery? Does it include the wear and tear to equipment?
Absolutely. The reimbursement counts are not only personnel, salaries, overtime, backfill. It also includes the use of equipment, not only apparatus, but also tools and PPE. And we also get administrative fees recovered with that as well.
Oh, super. Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm off to the Stanford University Medical Center Fund. I think there's like 650, that is 650,000. Oh, and it states it's for specific projects to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. I was just wondering, is part of that funding the subsidizing some of the equipment purchases and staff time for the university in California Avenue reopening the use of the streets?
So that 650,000, kind of. 500,000 of it is for building improvements, building system needs. And so that's can be anything from any kind of spatial changes that we need to make to air quality, et cetera, in city facilities to ensure that they're safe. The 150,000 is for looking at the long-term aspect of what you just mentioned in terms of Cal Ave and University Ave closures, and what are not just the immediate, can we do half a street closure, but as we move through this and we look a little bit longer, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, how are we going to plan to use that space? And so those both are part of the community and economic recovery strategy work, and those were both actions that were part of the council's review back in January 25th.
Right. Okay. So the 150K doesn't necessarily have to go towards what you mentioned just now, or is it allocated already?
This action would allocate it for the University Avenue purpose in alignment with the council action as part of the community and economic recovery plan. It would be a council call on if it wanted to change that plan.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, my time is up. I'll come back.
Okay, I have 9 questions, so keep your answers short. One quick question. Are we selling RPP permits currently?
Philip?
Hi, Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official here. There currently is very little sales activity going on for RPP permits. However, some employees are still continuing to purchase. It's just every now and then. But I think the larger question probably speaks to the enforcement.
Hey, Philip, I bought one last week, so it's not 0.
Yeah, no, it was more
okay,
that
I should say next to 0.
Yeah, sorry. There are rumors out there that some companies are proactively buying up large amounts of RPP permits. So I just didn't know if we froze it all and we were going to restart. Sounds like we didn't stop it, even though we're not enforcing, we're still selling some.
Yeah, so it's not a new sales period, but just to note that, before we entered this more restrictive phase that we just have exited out of COVID, we were starting to do soft enforcement. And so we were gearing up to actually do real enforcement. Soft enforcement where we don't actually place a ticket on a car, we place a warning. So we were starting to do that, and we were gearing up to do actual enforcement, but due to the COVID restrictions tightening everything down, we halted everything. And so now we're looking to start everything back up, but we're trying to do that in coordination with the commercial zones.
Got it. Could we slow down some of the street resurfacing? It's probably a Brad question, but still achieve, a PMI target.
We already cut it by $1 million a year last year. I would just note that one kind of anachronism of the table 2 that shows those amounts, it shows 11.6 million for street maintenance. And that's actually, I think, a little bit more than 2 years funding. And that had to do with the way some funding from last fiscal year that was used early in this fiscal year was reappropriated.
Okay. Yeah, I still think it'd be interesting to see if we can aim for a certain PMI. But next question on the rent forgiveness discussion, would the city be eligible for federal or state reimbursements if we forgive this rent? Do we think that those expenses would qualify under any programs? Back to the city.
Right, I'll ask Sunny to opine on that. I think they were doing a little research on some of the potential stimulus actions.
Hi, good evening, Council. Sunny Tong with the Real Estate Division. I'm not aware of any federal stimulus that's available for specifically for rent forgiveness, but there is some grants that are being talked about to offer to tenants that are small business and in need, and they can use that for rent to help pay rent.
Right, but I'm wondering if the city forgave the rent to small tenants, could the city get reimbursed?
I'm not aware of that being available.
Okay. And then probably a rhetorical question, but have we talked to PAUSD about rent forgiveness to the city? Maybe they'd be willing to partially forgive some of our rent. Have we had that discussion at all?
We have not. Unless Sunny's been proactive in going after that, I can tell you that we have not.
And I'm still confused a little bit about the inactive category. Do we know if any of these businesses are permanently out of business? Like, would we forgive rent to somebody that's, just permanently not coming back?
I believe some of them are permanently out of business. And so those that have, but in those instances, more often than not, those tenants will terminate their lease with us and actually vacate the space.
And then a broad question, is there an opportunity to look at hiring kind of more interns or part-time work this summer? There's a lot of people looking for work. And I don't know if that's part of the budget discussion. Like, could we fill some of these roles maybe temporarily with lower cost folks? And it looks like I'm going to run out of time. The other one was, is there any consideration of, we also lost revenue because we didn't hold programs. And so doing things like maybe running some of the middle school athletic programs in the summer where the kids may want to do it and they could maybe, catch up on some of these seasons. So I don't know if we've looked into that as well.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, similar to perhaps a discussion of rent, we have not, to my knowledge, engaged the school district in discussions of middle school athletics in the future thereof, at least not recently. That has been a topic of some debate over the last few years. Kristen O'Kane may be able to speak to any ongoing discussions, but otherwise, that's certainly a topic we can take up.
Yeah. A lot of people are playing sports out of season. A lot of colleges are going to play football in the spring. So, maybe we could do that over the summer with volleyball and basketball. Okay, so let's go to a second round. I still think we should stick maybe to questions and comments, but let's hold off on motions, and as it's a big topic, so let people maybe go through another round. Go ahead, Lydia.
The TMA funding, did we already sign the contract on that? I think there was like a 350,000 or something mentioned here in the, let me see what page it's on. 98, packet page 98.
Yes, Councilmember Koo, the TMA contract was executed.
It was executed. For which year?
This year?
Hold
on. I'm trying to think if it was on a calendar year or a fiscal year basis, but I know fiscal year 2021, it was executed for 350,000, I think.
Okay. Okay. Now for the business registry, even though, we're not collecting if we so choose to vote for, we're still encouraging businesses to sign on to the business registry, right? And we're tying in if there's any rent relief or that they have to be on that list, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. And that's one of the qualifications also. So do we have nonprofits on there right now on the business registry?
No, we do not. Those are an exempt.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I'm done with my questions, but thank you.
You can make comments as well, if you have any.
I'll hold.
All righty. And again, I'm sorry I didn't see the order, so just doesn't really matter. So Councilmember Cormack, then Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. A few more follow-up questions on the rent relief, and thanks again for bringing this forward. Have the artists been able to use their space? Because usually it's just one of them in there, or not?
Hi, I'm Councilmember. Thanks for that question. Kristen O'Kane, Community Services. Yes, so the artists that are working solely by themselves in their studios have been able to use their space.
Okay, so now we're making this probably slightly more complicated. Okay. And do we happen to know if any of these tenants, some of them are for-profit, received money from the city last spring?
Sorry, one did, but they're no longer an active tenant for the city.
Okay, great, thank you. That's probably it for questions. Few comments. I think as I mentioned briefly before, I mean, for me, the headline here is that the reserves are working as intended. I really want to commend the staff for their foresight last spring, and frankly, our council last year for our restraint in setting aside some money because we just weren't sure what would happen. So that's the headline for me. I'm particularly happy to see staff matching sources and uses of funds, right? We have a large decline in revenue to departments, and we take that from the reserve fund. We have decline in tax revenue, and we match that by reduction in the transfer to the capital fund. That is, you know, really solid budget work. So thanks for that. Couple things that are concerning in here, aside from just the overall numbers. One is looking at the hotel tax, transient occupancy tax. The decrease in daily average room rates is really significant. And I think as we think forward, we've talked a lot about how fast people will come back, but you know, just gut feel is there's no way that those dollars per room are going to skyrocket back up to where they were. There's probably going to be a lot of competition, and not only within the city but elsewhere for a smaller number of visitors. And so that's a concern that makes me feel that our scenario B with the 3 to 5 year recovery probably makes sense. Happy to see the BSR at that level. That is okay with me. We are very close. So good job there. A little concerning as we go through this, but completely understandable to see that there's been some decreased donations from friends groups. I'm sure that varies, you know, with them, but that makes sense. There are a lot of real needs. And so that's something for us to pay attention to. Let me see if there's anything else at the top level. I'm sure we'll talk about the capital projects more. Fundamentally, I am supportive of us doing a rent forgiveness program. I was concerned when we supported businesses last year and not nonprofits. We have asked other landlords to be flexible. I think we have the responsibility to do that ourselves. And I'll be supportive of waiving the business registration fees. And then we've already sort of touched on the elimination of the frozen points. Okay, yeah, I have another minute. Does staff have any thoughts on the capital projects? Are there things that we can prune from them? And I'll just use it as an example, Rinconada Park. I know some of that work has to be done to reopen the Junior Museum and Zoo. Do we have to do all of it? In general concept, there are like 3 things on here. Should we send it back to the Parks and Recreation Commission and have them help us decide? What are some thoughts about that? And I see Director Eggleston ready to answer.
Let me also invite Director O'Kane to speak to the nature of this project as well, since I know we've talked somewhat about it, but perhaps the council would benefit from a deeper understanding of the rationale and scope. So whichever would like to go first.
I'll defer to you, Director Eggleston.
Thank you, Kristen. You know, we've taken a look to try to see if there's ways that we could pare the project down, and there might be some things we could do. The most significant thing that's a change that we've already made recently was to remove the new restroom component of the project, which I believe was around $350,000 of the cost. That was really a new amenity we were providing, as opposed to a lot of the rest of the work essentially being deferred maintenance. And so while there might be some ways that we could kind of cut around the corners, I think in terms of the age and condition of those playgrounds and the kind of substandard conditions compared to regular parks, and frankly, at least the pathway work, you know, I think there's actually some hazards out there now with the condition of those pathways. And then the fact that we are talking about, recreating the entrance to the park in conjunction with the JMZ project. So what seemed like the low hanging fruit there was to say, do we really need a new restroom right now, which was more of a nice to have.
Thanks so much. That's helpful.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few more questions, then I'll move on to some comments. On page 54 of the staff report, it says we've reduced or eliminated programming for special events, art exhibits, human services activities, team programs. Can staff speak more to what services have been eliminated in particular? Because it doesn't make a distinction between reduced or eliminated.
Sure, I can speak to that, Councilmember Stone. So for special events, we reduced our budget significantly. We did leave some money left in the budget so that we could continue to do some virtual events and also some in-person events as the health order allowed. With respect to the team programs, so we had originally proposed in the last budget cycle some more severe cuts to our team programs, and many of those were brought back. So for example, our team leadership programs are still up and running, and they're all being done in a virtual format. We did reduce some staff from our team programs, and obviously the team center isn't running right now because of the shelter in place order. And I think you might have mentioned another one. I can't recall what that one was. Was it the art center?
Yeah, yes, art exhibits.
Right, art exhibits. So much of our art exhibits are done with contributions from our Art Center Foundation. So we're still conducting art exhibits as we can, as the health order allows. We actually did some virtual art exhibits. But again, we're relying heavily on our nonprofit partners, for example, the Art Center Foundation, to conduct that work.
So based on kind of like the current budget, are we going to be able to maintain some base level of programming for teens? I mean, I'm especially concerned as we get into the summer months, not knowing the state of kind of camps in the region and the limited capacities that kind of that schools have right now, given the orders, the ever-changing health orders. Any kind of, what's the status there?
So we're entering into, or we're planning our summer based on what we could do last summer. So that's sort of our baseline. And we did have quite a few in-person and virtual, but a lot of in-person camps last summer that were full, waitlisted, or near to full. And I think families and parents really just were very appreciative of the fact that their kids could go somewhere, be social, be safe. So we're operating under that assumption that we can do what we did last summer and be able to ramp up if we can do more than that. So it is an opportunity also to hire those counselors and recreation leaders to help us during the summer.
Great, thank you. See, I'm running out of time, so I'll just make a few comments. If I have enough time, I'll ask one final question. So I mean, overall, I'm very, very, very supportive, of course, of the rent forgiveness. I wanted to kind of just touch on the capital projects and kind of second what Vice Mayor Burt said was talking about during the first round, as far as I think a real desire and need for us to be able to further cut back some of these infrastructure projects. I mean, I know when I voted a few weeks ago for the public safety building, that was under the assumption that we were really trying to triage the most critical projects within the city. And and for me, the public safety building was that. Looking through a lot of the anticipated capital projects coming back towards council in the remainder of this year, at least as far as how the staff report has summarized them. I know it's limited. I know we'll have more details coming forward. I'm going to really need to be able to see a strong nexus between the capital project and some sort of necessity that's going to be required based on whether it's public safety or whatnot. So just kind of a heads up for staff if kind of that nexus can really be shown for those projects. And then for one last question, since I got a few more seconds here before the buzzer rings, this might be for Chief Johnson or any staff. Is there any way to be able to, what would be needed to be able to reinstate the traffic enforcement team with, I know a lot of community members and myself have been very concerned about just speeding and traffic violations throughout the pandemic. Is that possible at all within the existing budget, or is that just so far out there?
That's actually a great question. We do get lots of calls regarding traffic safety, and it's something we actually are currently addressing. So we do have personnel dedicated to traffic safety right now under the current budget. Under the proposed budget that'll be coming back to you for reconsideration later in the year, that's a unit that may be at risk. But for right now, we do have 2 officers assigned to that unit.
And 2 officers per shift?
No, 2 officers total. So it's very limited capacity, but they're out there available. And then the regular patrol officers have that ability as well when time permits.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to ask about the $744,000 council contingency fund. Where is that? Is that sort of lying in is it a pot of money sitting in a closet somewhere, or where is that?
No, it's in non-departmental, sitting in a reserve for council's discretion and use. And as the staff report outlines, the mid-year right now doesn't contemplate the financial impacts of a rent forgiveness program. So that could be a potential source.
And my recollection is that was $744,000. It's actually $744,000 per year, I think, when we set it up, I think, which I want to come back to for a second. But
one time.
I thought it was, are you sure about that? I thought it was per year.
I will look it up right now.
Okay. But anyway, that was for fiscal 21, which is 3/4 over, and we haven't spent it, right? I mean,
That's
not
correct.
that we should just spend all our money, right? But okay. So then that leads to my next question. Was my recollection was we were trying to set that aside for per year, which means that we would be baking it into the fiscal 2022 budget as well. Is that am I mistaken about that?
It's just 1 year.
Just 1 year.
I'm looking at page 480 of the adopted budget, and it's one time.
Okay.
It's one time.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to touch on the business registry, because on the one hand, we don't want to do anything that's going to add to financial burdens on businesses, although this is a pretty nominal amount, but many of them are really holding on by their fingernails. But I also think it's vitally important that we get some data that is going to help us move away from flying blind on where we are in the state of our businesses. And so I would be interested in setting something up where we waive the fee if the businesses sign up on a timely basis, and we create an incentive that if they'll have to pay the fee if they don't provide the information more timely, or if we have to pursue them. We at least have the businesses that had previously registered. We know who they are. Second, I wanted to go back to the capital projects. So we have this list of projects that are likely to come forward in the spring for contract approvals. But we don't want to get these things to the council that staff has gone all up to the very goal line of signing the contract, and then the council goes into a debate on whether to go forward. We need a process that actually recalibrates these before then in the coming weeks. And you know, the mayor had asked about whether we need to stay at a very high pace on our street paving pace when we're the highest in the county and one of the 2 highest in the entire Bay Area in our pavement condition indexes. We have the 3 different parks projects and maybe 1 or 2 other things. I'll give an example on the parks. Councilmember Cormack was asking about the Rinconada Park, but as I understand that project, it's really now got kind of 3 buckets. The scope was reduced by the bathrooms. Okay, that was something that was just looked at that differently. And then we've got a redo of the playgrounds and a whole bunch of other stuff that is a good thing to do long-term. And it is not something that the neighborhood had felt any urgency toward, and that there really is an urgency. It's a good thing to do long-term. And then there's the stuff we have to do immediately. And that's really, to my understanding, it's the path around the Junior Museum, which is a small portion of that $2.5 million. So I'd really like to see that project broken up between what we have to do now and what we don't have to do now. So that's something. And then I wanted to quickly go to the income side. We saw that our utilities users tax had declined even last year. And I'm interested in whether there's a trend that's going on that is an overlay to what's currently going on. So do we, from the pandemic. So do we know why that dropped by $1 million or so the previous year?
I believe it's driven by the telephone UUT portion of this.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then I agree with Councilmember Cormack that we're going to see the average daily rates on the hotels be a much slower recovery than the occupancy levels. I will say that the occupancy levels, at as terrible as they are at 38%, are higher than all the anecdotal claims that we've been hearing from the Chamber of Commerce, from Councilmember Tanaka, from different folks who have tried to get a sense of that. And that is a higher number. But when you couple it with the average daily rate, then the income from them is down pretty catastrophically. So I think those are my main things at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Let me try to finish my question. So I noticed that on the rental forgiveness list, there's some, I guess I'm not sure, is it leasing for like tie downs of the airplanes? I'm not sure what the, okay, so it's tied down. So, you know, I guess my feeling.
Space,
so what would you say?
Hangar space as well.
Hangar space, okay. Yeah, so, you know, I guess I'm kind of, and I think Councilmember Cormack was trying to get into this, but I think if people have been able to benefit, like artists have been able to paint in their studios, or people have been able to tie down their airplanes, whether it's a pandemic or not, to me, it's kind of independent. So I kind of feel like we definitely need to do some more parsing here in terms of, in terms of like who really should be in this program and who shouldn't be in this program. So, you know, just as we have asked landlords to, you know, try to see how they could help float some of these tenants, I think we should, as a city, ourselves as well. But I think we have to be pretty thoughtful about it. So I do think that we should look at the revenue limit, because I don't think it should be arbitrary. And I'm not quite convinced that we need to actually have a revenue limit. I know we're trying to help smaller businesses, but the way I'm thinking about it overall is how do we help the maximum number of residents in our city? And so if a program is pretty large, but it has a lot of people in our city who use that program, maybe that's actually okay. And vice versa, if it's a small operation, but no one in the city actually uses that service, that's maybe less benefit. So I think we should look at it from that lens. And I think also, and this was a point made earlier, which is, I think if the business has gone bankrupt or doesn't plan to come back or can't make a commitment to come back, then I don't think we should do some sort of rent relief. I think there should be some sort of some sort of commitment, and perhaps maybe some sort of payback if they don't come back or something like that. I'm not sure. And so I think this is kind of a complex topic, and so I probably would suggest that we maybe send it to Policy and Services to kind of really figure this out, because I think there's a lot of detail that we have to figure out, and I don't think we're going to figure it out tonight. I do support the idea behind the business registry and also the bid. So I think staff's recommendation makes sense in terms of that. I still am not convinced that we should buy $40,000 worth of interview software. I think Zoom is probably good enough, but I'd love to hear my colleagues' take on that. I don't think we should look at our schools as the source of balancing our budget. Like I said many times before, I think our schools, they have largely the same payer, which is the residents. So I think taking money from the schools just to balance our budget, I don't think is the right, whether it's through rent relief or whatever, however you want to do it, through maybe the company transfer. I don't think that's quite the right way of balancing our budget, because it's literally taking the money from one pocket, your left pocket, putting in your right pocket. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I do think that doing a much better job, and kind of what all my other colleagues said before, but infrastructure prioritization makes a lot of sense. It makes total sense. I think these are big dollars. We really need to look at them carefully. So I think all that I just mentioned make a lot of sense. I realize there's more work for staff to do, but I think it's critical right now. And then, you know, the other kind of two ideas I'll throw out there, and I've mentioned these before, but I think we need to think about what are the services that people in the community actually use and benefit from. And so, like, for instance, I don't really know in terms of like, and I've mentioned this many times before, but public relations. Okay, I get it. It's kind of important, but is it essential? Do people really benefit from it? I don't know. So I think we should look at that. And then the other thing is, you know, I know we signed the public safety building contract, but the TOT revenue looks pretty scary. I think all my colleagues mentioned that. And so, you know, we haven't broken ground yet. I mean, we could stop the contract anytime. So just want to encourage my colleagues to think about that. If, you know, the sooner we pull the brakes on it, the better. Because, I mean, we could think about the money could be used to actually keep some of these services going, to keep some of these small businesses alive, to not have to do as many cuts as we are thinking about doing or might have to do. So that's something else to think about as we go through this. But thank you.
Thanks, Greg. So I think people have hit a lot of these comments. So, you know, a lot of this is about getting our hotels running again. That's business travel, that's business conferences, that's Stanford getting back in operation. I really would like us to consider, you know, what we can do to help our hotels. You know, maybe as the economy recovers, there's things around encouraging tourism, maybe other things. It's probably beyond the time frame of this discussion. I do think we should start restoring our parking enforcement. I think many cities around us already have. And we do need to think about how we're going to ramp up those sales in a fair way, I think, for the garages and the RPP. On the capital projects, you know, one thing wasn't listed there, but I did see in the report somewhere, was the University Avenue update. That's $150,000 for planning now, but I think the project is like $8 to $10 million. Again, is that a project we think we're going to go forward with? And if we're not, why don't we save that $150,000 on the planning? I also echo comments from Vice Mayor Burt and others on Rinconada Park. Again, are there pieces of that we could do later? The other parks, even Charleston and Rastadero, I know that's been a long time coming. If we could break some of these projects into phases and do the critical pieces first, but potentially save money on some of these big projects. I don't know if we're going to revisit the staffing plan for the Junior Museum. I know we've held off because it hasn't opened. You know, the use of the Stanford medical funds, I believe that's reassignable. So it's not the same as grants for dedicated projects. We should split those out when you say some of these projects are funded from dedicated fees. On the rent forgiveness side, I think you're hearing from council, this is much more delicate. I think we need to give more detailed guidance. I think it should come back. It's not just profit versus nonprofit. I think, community serving, I think Councilmember Cormack said it, like health, music, dance, daycares. It's confusing to see this table A, and you see Anderson Honda and cell phone towers and the golf course vendor. These are all like very different situations. And I think it's very different when it's a city-owned property or we're renting it for $1, like Palo Alto Childcare, versus again Carberly, where we are paying rent in terms of the city's finances. So I'd really like to see staff come back maybe with a little more detail. I mean, I appreciate the criteria you guys laid out. That gets to some of it, but we heard several examples tonight of, I think, businesses that we'd like to support. Palo Alto Childcare, the other daycare, that were over $2.5 million in revenue. But at the same time, I don't think we want to necessarily provide support to some of these other large businesses. And again, maybe it's going to be tricky, and I know you gave us a kind of flexible format, but maybe we forgive a different amount for a nonprofit versus a for-profit. I agree with the comments of Vice Mayor Byrd. I thought that was very smart on the business registry, that it'd be free if you get it done in time, but then you have to pay if you're late. I think this data is going to be very critical this year. We really need to understand kind of what businesses are still here, which ones aren't. Yeah, and I think that was my comments. So we are getting kind of late here. We still have one more item. So open to motions. You can also make another round of comments, but let's start to bring this item to a close. Anybody with further comments or questions or a motion? Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, it's almost 10:30, so I'll move the staff recommendation, but there's some amendments I want to make, but I just want to get it out there because I think we have to get working on it. So I would see if anyone else wants to back that. Otherwise, we could keep talking.
It depends on the amendments, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay. Well, I haven't proposed any amendments yet, so I'm just trying to get the base thing out there, just because I think we need to start working on it. It's 10:30.
I'm happy to second that.
Okay. Should I talk to it, Mayor?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I think we've talked about a lot about this. I think it's a pretty tough situation, but it looks like staff is trying to do the right things, which is great. So I don't know if I have much more to say, but I do have some proposed amendments, but let's let the seconder say a few words first.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Again, just going in order, staff has worked hard to figure out how to move things around in A. With B, we've certainly reviewed the priorities, and staff should think about whether or not they want more detail or if what they've received is sufficient. I'm confident we'll have some discussion around C, but I appreciate the table. With D, that's related to B. I think we have linked B and D at least in an implicit way. And with E, I'm amenable to the Vice Mayor's suggestion that it's free if you fill it out. That sounds like a good idea. And I think E probably captures that. You could fit that within there. And then with respect to F, again, just to clarify for anyone who's listening, there are no people in these positions at this time. Is that correct? Staff's gonna nod, okay. And I think, listening to Councilmember Stone's questions, it would probably behoove all of us to have a list of like the top 10 things that aren't coming back. I think that would be helpful to us and to the community so people aren't surprised. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess I mean
So sorry, Councilmember Tonka. I see some council members with their hands raised. Should we hear from them? Vice Mayor Burt.
I think Councilmember Tanaka gets to, did he? Oh, he already spoke to his motion. Sorry.
I mean, I think if, unless you want to go ahead and make some amendments, but
yeah. So so one of the things is what C, it says review capital projects. Well, I don't know what the motion is saying. I would, we've reviewed it, but that's not an action really. So I would propose that we request staff to return with a set of non-critical capital projects from that attachment, what is it, table 2, for council consideration on deferrals for this fiscal year.
I mean, I would accept that. That's actually one of the things I had listed here, so I'm okay. I'm not sure about the seconder.
What's the time frame, Vice Mayor? You were hoping this would come back?
Well, short order. I wouldn't think the staff should need too long on that, but I basically before the projects come forward with contracts for approval. So I would think within a month.
And any response from staff?
Yes, let me give a first shot at it and ask Director Eggleston to speak up. Recognize that we're basically within a month of coming forward with a proposed budget. So this was intended as an interim step before that. To be honest, will need to look to Brad to see, is it realistic to come back with a more incremental approach within that month? So Brad, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, it would be difficult. It's probably
can I offer
possible
something
because
here? I think it's more difficult to come forward with the contracts individually than it is to review the list and come forward with a set of alternatives. I mean, I've looked through it and we've already talked through it tonight. We've got the Rinconada Park, we've got the amount on the street maintenance. We have Ramos and Cameron Parks. Those are the ones that seemed most likely to me. Let's not overcomplicate this. I think it's more work to bring them forward as individual items on the council agenda and then go through a big debate and reversal one at a time.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Completely agree to that point, Vice Mayor Byrd. I do think that, and staff's not trying to shirk our responsibility here. I do think, quite frankly, it may be an issue of all or nothing as it relates to those park improvements, as an example. We really didn't discuss the accessibility goals related to each of those projects. I can't speak to Ramos and Cameron, but having looked at Rinconada, I know that the existing playground equipment has wood chips surface as opposed to the current resilient surfaces. Actually has sand, I think, on one of the surfaces or one of the equipment areas. So these are truly outdated equipment. Brad spoke to the pathway that actually traverses the entire park, and it's basically alligator to the point that it does represent some walking challenges, we'll call it that way. So again, if the council's conclusion is that improvements of that nature are can be deferred at this point, then it probably would make sense to defer all of them rather than to try and identify which one should come forward and which one should not. And I see Director O'Kane's come up, so perhaps want to elaborate.
Sure, thank you for that, City Manager Shikata. So I just wanted to expand on what Ed said related to Rinconada, in that that project is tied to the JMZ for safety and functionality with respect to the pathways. We also have an exhibit, which is a model of a solar system that's being fabricated now for installation along that pathway. So there is sort of trickle down effects if that work does not get completed. And as Ed said, there is a accessibility issue with respect to the playgrounds. The new playground will be have similar features as the Magical Bridge. With respect to Ramos and Cameron Park, there are some safety issues related to doing that work. We could do scaled down versions of those projects, but if we did not do the scaled down project, we would possibly have to close the playgrounds due to safety.
Okay, I'm going to reclaim the floor. I think it's still mine. Thank you all for that. And I think if I just pull together what I heard from Councilmember Stone and the Vice Mayor and the very helpful information that staff has just provided, it seems like another column on this table would be helpful. So it's not whether we're going forward or not, it's providing us with additional information that we don't have that you might have about the importance of doing some of these projects. So what are we looking at? We're looking at return with a set of non-critical capital projects. I wonder if the Vice Mayor is willing to modify that to additional detail about the capital projects before we consider them.
That sounds fine.
All right, and Councilmember Tanaka, are you comfortable with that?
I'm fine with that, thank you.
Okay, fine, and I think it's back to you now, Vice Mayor, or sorry, Mayor.
And then on the business registry, the E doesn't capture what it sounded like we had some agreement on of to adopt a structure for this year's business registry where it would be no fee for timely compliance with by businesses of providing the registry information, and the normal fee for a delinquent registry.
Yeah, I had that on my list too, so I'm okay with that, but I'm not sure about the second.
I'm certainly okay with it, although Director Nosey nodded her head earlier that what you had said was encapsulated there. Certainly happy to say amend E to say to waive the business registration fee for timely completion of the form document. What is it they fill out?
Yeah, I don't see how it was encapsulated there. But.
Yeah, so go ahead. I think you're, well, the council is right. So under E, direct staff to return with the necessary documents to waive the business registry fee for timely completion of
timely completion works.
Yeah, timely completion.
And then the rest is implicit, that there's no waiver if it's not timely completion.
Got it. And then just a one clarifying point, I assume the council is okay with staff. Obviously, we've got to explore with Avenue, our service provider who administers the business registry program, how to implement something such as this. So we may need to make some administrative changes in order to accommodate something like this.
Good. And I'll add that we should take a look at the questions being asked and see if there are one or two that are very appropriate toward the current emergency, such as asking the businesses what percentage of their employees they expect to have coming back when the pandemic's lifted or something like that. So I think that's worth, I don't want to put those details in there, but I think we should be thinking about that. And then on the rent forgiveness, we've heard a lot of comments that I think we're all in the same ballpark, but they're not, I don't think, captured here in any way. And so it seems like we need to ask staff to return with a more refined recommendation on rent forgiveness based on council input this evening.
So I actually had that too, but what I was thinking, because I was thinking that, and maybe I could look to the chair of our P&S Councilmember Koo, but I was just thinking that maybe this might be good for PNS to look at first, to try to get this into the ballpark so that by the time it goes to council again, it's a little bit more flushed out.
Well, it'd be great
so-
if we could do it quickly enough.
And do
I
we have
guess-
time? Do we have time to do that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is there time for this to go to policy and services to refine the renter forgiveness program and then have it come back to council?
I mean, sure. Obviously, though, the city's tenants continue to sit with a level of uncertainty. And it would be helpful to more specifically understand what additional pieces of information.
I think we've had an extensive discussion on that tonight, and we could spend another half hour, an hour on it, but I think there's been a lot of input and enough for PNS to proceed.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right. I think speed is more important here given the situation. So I agree with that.
I'm sorry.
Agree with what?
So just come back directly to council. Don't go to policy and services. But a separate issue, Kylie, I think.
I guess I don't know where the majority of the council is in terms of the additional machinations to the program that would be helpful. There are, to Vice Mayor Burt's point, there have been many comments tonight from various council members about pieces of information that would be interesting. But as I'm looking at, the bandwidth of it, staff and the rapid pace that I think the council wants this to come back, I'm trying to get a read on how to focus staff's work. We've heard everything from outreach from the tenants to, specifically, are they able to operate in COVID, yes or no, to, yes, small business, no small business.
So that's, so we have competing interests of a sense of urgency on that, and it has to be flushed out more, and staff needs a little more feedback. And therefore, I think we're left with needing to get it to policy and services right away and let them spend a couple hours on just this and quickly come back with a recommendation to council.
Okay, I agree.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. Should we then combine B and C? I'm looking at the maker and
Well, I think isn't
modify.
Yeah, okay, maybe you're thinking having both go to PNS first.
Well, we have to tell them how much money they have to spend.
Okay, I think that's a good point. Yeah.
So I guess combining some form of B and D would be refer the creation of a rent forgiveness program to qualified city tenants to policy and services, utilizing up to $744,000 of the council's COVID-19 uncertainty reserve. And then I think, shall we go ahead? We're going to let them worry about the details because they've all heard what we said and some of you are them. Okay.
Yeah.
Did I capture that? Councilmember Tanaka, anything else?
No, I think that sounds good.
And that would be in lieu of B and D. And Vice Mayor, does that capture what you were headed for?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, and obviously everyone knows that time is of the essence. Okay.
May I make a suggestion to see if the motioners are interested?
Well, let's, if Vice Mayor Burt is done.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you. I mean, given, I got the sense that there was general consensus around the need for rent forgiveness for nonprofits and a need for more, kind of more detailed understanding and kind of flushing out it for profits. I may be wrong on how I interpreted the kind of the discussion amongst council, but I think Director Nozay made a good point about the immediate need for kind of resolving some of the uncertainty for some of these. Is there interest in moving forward with rent forgiveness for nonprofits and then continuing with the proposal that the motioners just put forward to PNS for the for-profits?
I mean, the only reason I'm hesitant on this is kind of what Councilman Cormack said, which is, or Cormack, I forgot who was saying it, but basically my main issue is that I think, I forgot who said it, but someone talked about like, about how even some like for-profits, maybe like a school, does a lot of good for the community. We maybe it was the mayor. I forgot someone said it. I forgot who said it, but it was a good point. Oh, it was Councilmember Cormack. Okay, so I just think we have to kind of look at this holistically because we only have a certain amount of money, and so I do think you have a good point. I think we're all generally in agreement, but I think kind of what Kylie was talking about earlier. It's kind of like we need more time, and it's 10:46 right now. So I think we need more time to put it together. And I'm just worried whether we could really hash it out right now, or can we let PNS just try to like get this closer so that when it comes back to us, we are in striking range, and then just need a little bit of tuning. So I know what you're saying, and I think you are probably right. It's just we were looking at a certain amount of resources that we have to kind of spread around somehow. So that's my only concern.
Councilmember Koo.
Actually, I agree with Councilmember Stone's questioning in line of the sense of urgency that is coming through from the nonprofits, and I would like to see if I could make a motion. A amendment or a substitute motion, or to ask you if you accept a friendly amendment to have to move forward with the rent forgiveness for the nonprofits, and then for the remainder to be sent to PNS for further refinement. And it's the same sense of urgency, but at least we give some relief and peace of mind tonight to the nonprofits.
So is your amendment to forgive 3 months as it's in the staff report?
Yes.
Okay.
But just for the nonprofits, though.
For the nonprofits, right?
Will you accept that?
I would like to accept it, but I mean, for the reasons I told Councilmember Stone before, and what I hope we could actually do instead is maybe we could just do it, maybe an emergency PNS, like something really, really quick. And because I do agree with you, the urgency is really there, but I think we're trying to balance a lot of different things, and I think it's hard for us because if we say yes to this, we're saying no to something else, which may be equally valuable, and that's my main concern.
Well,
but maybe the secretary has a different opinion.
I wonder if we could resolve this by amending our proposal, which I need the clerk to move into the main motion, please. Return direct PNS to look at to structure the implementation of 3 months of rent relief for nonprofits and then whatever we had thereafter. So this would provide certainty to the nonprofits, and it would let policy and services do their work in total.
Wait, so you lost me there, Councilmember Cormack. We're also looking at the for-profits, right?
Yeah, but if wherever the first part was, we had something below the motion that was proposed, but Councilmember Tanaka and I had both accepted it. Perfect. There we go. Can we bring that up? Okay, sorry. Okay, and now we've lost the first part. Let me just say what I'm trying to do and then see if this works for the maker. We could direct PNS to implement 3 months of rent relief for nonprofits and look at the rest of the program. I'm sorry, it's so late, even I'm losing my words. And look at the rest of the programs and see what else should be added.
So
Not saying that well.
Yeah, I would like to recommend maybe we just keep it general. So again, PNS can look at this. Maybe they want to give 4 months of rent relief. Who knows? But let's not be overly prescriptive at this time at night.
Okay.
I think Councilmember Koo, your point was well made. I don't think council's ready to approve it tonight. So hopefully you can hold this at a PNS meeting relatively quickly. Is that okay? I just think it makes more sense to keep it general at this point.
I was just trying to help since we had at least 3 council members already interested in it. It looks like we could be headed to unfriendly amendment territory, so.
Yeah, so if you delete what's in bold, it just gives PNS the most latitude.
Mayor, actually, I would like to see if we could have the nonprofit rent relief implemented tonight.
Right. That's a different idea than I think where Councilmember Cormack was going.
Oh,
She was still referring that to policy and services, I believe, unless I
Yes,
misunderstood.
I was trying to provide the certainty that people were asking for without the
Right.
details, because I think it's appropriate to spend more time on it and let staff.
Yeah. I think Councilmember Koo is saying we should outright approve it tonight.
just for the nonprofits, and then the remainder, which is consideration and discussion about the active and the for-profit, further discussion on that, and to evaluate where and how, what the qualifications are. And so that could be sent to PNS and be done in an urgent emergency situation. But for tonight, to implement the rent forgiveness for nonprofits. And if that's not accepted, then I would like to do a friendly, I'm sorry, a substitute motion.
Greg?
I think go for the substitute motion then, or you could do a
Okay.
substitute amendment or unfriendly amendment. That may be easier because we have a lot of it, which you may agree with. It's up to you.
Okay, unfriendly amendment.
Second.
I think I spoke to it.
Okay, so your motion is to pass it for the nonprofits under the terms the staff laid out. Right, okay. Councilmember Filsett, do you want to speak to that second?
You know, both Councilmember Tanaka's and Councilmember Koo's ideas are better than doing nothing. Councilmember Koo's idea is better than Councilmember Tanaka's.
Any other comments on the amendment before we vote on the amendment? Councilmember Stone?
Just a question for city staff on this. Would for these nonprofits, would they then still have to qualify under those like 5 factors delineated within the staff report?
Unless the council provided additional direction on alternative factors, but I think that's the point of policy and services discussion.
That's what
City Manager Shikata?
If I could just confirm, I think we're talking about the base level of forgiveness would be 3 months for all nonprofits. And anything, that would be direction to staff. Anything beyond that would be discussed by PNS, if I'm interpreting
That's
that.
my understanding.
But I asked Councilmember Koo, subject to the conditions of the program. So again, if a nonprofit wasn't impacted by COVID, they want to get rent forgiveness, for example, if for some reason they were able to operate or, right? So I think those conditions still apply.
Yes,
Is that-
it should.
Okay.
Yes.
For clarification, I do believe there was at least a 3-month period in which virtually everyone was affected.
Well, for example, San Mateo Credit Union is a nonprofit listed. I don't know what they rent from us, but I don't know if they would meet those 5 conditions.
Another one is, for example, Avenidas that rents for $1 a year, I believe. Then under these
50
conditions,
cents.
they wouldn't qualify, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The amount of money for just the nonprofits for 3 months is relatively small. So I think we're arguing about corner cases here.
Okay. Well, it is getting late. I see 2 more hands, Councilmember Stone and Councilmember Cormack. This is on the amendment.
Sorry, my question was already answered.
I think we should be clear about where the money is coming from in the amendment.
Council contingency fund, right?
Okay, I just think that should be added. And before we vote, does staff have any concerns about doing this in a 2-step manner? What I'm worried about is some unintended consequence, right? Is there something we're going to mess up by doing this when we come back for the second, when PNS takes a second look at it?
I'm not aware of any. Well, but then again, it would be unanticipated, wouldn't it?
Well, I know, but Mr. Weaver, if Mr. Weaver is still available, it looks like he had more information. I just worry about us making something that is, we want to be fair. we really fundamentally want to be fair, and I just want to be sure we're not going to make a mistake.
Mr. Weaver, care to opine?
Thank you for the question. No, I think it's a great idea just to move forward with the 3 months. Again, I think we can report back, but I think we shouldn't have any issues.
And if I might add that I suspect that we in the council will hear from anyone who feels that they were treated unfairly by this action.
Thank you.
So I have a quick comment. So again, I think we should do it under the program that the staff recommended. We already heard like Palo Alto Child Care made over $2.5 million the year before. So I would think that would be one that would go to policy and services, I guess, if we're going to be following this strictly.
Just for clarification, I think that would be introducing the small business or the cap criteria that I did not hear as part of the motion.
I think it's part of the motion in the sense that I believe, if I understand this correctly, the motion might not reflect this. Councilmember Koo, the intent was option A, implemented for 3 months in accordance with the tenets of the program. So those, I think there's 10 qualifications associated with weeding through who would be eligible. So I am looking on, for everyone's reference, packet page 104 and 102.
But it's, Kylie, you said A, it's,
Yeah.
I'm
it's
sorry,
C.
C.
I think, right?
It's C. I apologize.
Right. So option C, and then the qualifications is 1 through 8 on
Correct.
page 102.
Perfect.
So my comment is, if that's what we're passing tonight, then I think if there are nonprofits that failed those 8 steps, those should also go to policy and services,
Yes.
just so that's understood. Councilmember Tanaka.
Just a quick question. What is the total dollar amount that we're talking about here? For the ones that do?
$203,000.
How much?
$203,000.
$203,000. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. Starting with Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth
Yes.
and Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay, so that gets incorporated in the main motion. Can we go ahead and vote on the main motion? Yep.
Thank you. I still don't think that the motion is correct. I think B and D. I think now we have B, D, and G and H. So I think G and H can be combined.
I think G and H should remain separated.
Okay. Well,
I mean-
H should come before G. We can
So-
eliminate D, right?
Perhaps I can help with
Yes.
this. I
Please.
think so. I think we eliminate D. I think we eliminate H, and I think as part of B, we clarify it to say something to the effect of the original verbiage: direct PNS to review a rent forgiveness program for qualified city tenants with program costs not to exceed the COVID-19 council reserve. I guess I should take the 744 minus the 203.
Yeah, I think it's understood.
Okay, great. Does that sound
Yep.
about right?
Let me just wait while it all gets.
Mayor, may I want just one thing that no one mentioned. I wanted to put it on there, and I wanted to see if the seconder would accept it as we watch the edits, which
Okay.
is to get rid of the $40,000 interview software. I don't know if the seconder would accept it or not.
I would like the HR director to give us a reason that Zoom is not sufficient before I accept that, because I believe it's possible that there are some confidentiality things, but.
There is some confidentiality related to this, and the way that it works is that the interviewer records themselves. They have assistants, learning the process and getting tips and going through it. The interviews are stored in a confidential manner, and then the interview panel then has access to view and then rate the candidate on the software. All of that is treated with high confidentiality, and I'm not aware that Zoom has the kind of features that are necessary to run that kind of interview process.
Thank you. So I will not accept that.
And let's not forget our auditor who's on Chicago time, and we'll probably spent most of that $40,000 keeping him up tonight. So can we vote on this?
Let's just take a quick look. Yes.
All right. So thank you to everybody for getting this motion pulled together. Let's start with Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's just proceed and move on to item number 9. And apologies to Kyle, our city auditor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Appreciate the invitation to speak this evening. And I can assure you that I have not been billing you this entire time. I am more than capable of multitasking. So I'm definitely taking advantage of the hours here to do so. And no worries on the timing. I'm getting used to late evenings, and I've adjusted my schedule accordingly. So more than okay, and definitely want to take adequate time to go through this today. The presentation today consists of 3 components. The first of which is, sorry, my computer was not moving, an overview of our quarterly status report. And then we'll talk a little bit about the risk assessment, and then we'll dive into the audit plan. The audit plan is really the bulk of the content we want to discuss today. And though I'm seeking sort of acceptance and approval of all 3 of these reports, the audit plan really is the most critical. And of course, we'll have time at the end for question and discussion. If at any point anybody feels compelled to stop me and ask a clarifying question, I'm more than able to handle questions throughout. Just let me know. So our quarterly status report. This quarterly status report covers the period of October through December. That's our first quarter of service to the city. I will be adjusting the timeline of these reports accordingly, so you'll be getting these more frequently. If you recall, January, there was no Policy and Services Committee. Typically, I would have reported at the January or the meeting following the end of the quarter. This did not provide me the opportunity to do so, so we're sort of a little late in recording this. With that being said, I've organized this in the same manner as our contract with the city. So I'm going to go task by task, and I'm going to cover sort of the most important or critical aspects of this. But task 1 of our scope of work is conducting the citywide risk assessment. We've done the work, and today we're presenting the results. That's the bottom line in terms of status there. Task 2 is the annual audit plan. Again, we've drafted the audit plan, brought it to Policy and Services Committee, and today we're asking for approval of that plan. The financial audit. So we've delivered, in conjunction with Ms. Nose and her team, 5 of the 6 required audit reports. Most recent going to City Council on January 11th. We're pending the completion or presentation of the single audit report that's coming here shortly. And we are working on a 1-year extension due to the extraordinary circumstances of COVID with our current financial auditors. And we are doing so in a cost-effective way, which we'll report on here over the coming months. Task 4 is execution of the audit plan. We haven't begun that, but the hope is to approve the plan this evening, execute the task orders, and get moving on the actual audit work. 5 task 5 that is, encompasses a variety of tasks, including periodic reporting, such as this quarterly report, monitoring of the fraud, waste, abuse hotline, and other administrative tasks. And of course, today we're presenting the first quarterly report, and did so at the Policy and Services Committee meeting in February. And then lastly, the city audit evaluation. This is not something that's being delivered on currently, but will at the appropriate timeline. I jump straight to the citywide risk assessment unless anyone wants to stop me with questions. The packet tonight does not include the risk assessment report, but rather it's included in the policy and services packet. So rather than reprinting it, we've included the link. So just a clarification that indeed you can access it. You just have to click a couple of extra buttons to get there. So some kind of key considerations in our risk assessment process. So first, we consider a variety of risk types. We're not a traditional audit shop that maybe focuses solely on financial or accounting related risks or maybe compliance, but we go a little bit beyond that. We're taking a look at technology, fraud, waste, and abuse, of course. We're considering the city's strategy and strategic objectives, and thinking about reputational risk. So in our process, we're considering a variety of risk types and really making sure those are included in our work. When we identify risks, so you'll see about 150, I think it might be 149 rows in our matrix of a variety of risks. We then score each of those based on the likelihood and impact. So sort of an expected outcome mathematical calculation to arrive at the overall risk scoring. And then the risk scoring is actually right-sized to Palo Alto. So we work with small cities where a $5–10 million capital project is gigantic, and we work with large transit or utilities where $1 billion capital programs are sort of a norm. So just a simple example, but we've right-sized that to Palo Alto to make sure we're not ending up with non-apples to apples way of comparing risks across the organization. And that scoring methodology, of course, is included in the risk assessment report. This is one critical thing I think that's important to note here. In our risk assessment process, we are not drawing any conclusions. These are not audit findings. These are not areas where we're saying there's issues, observations. That's not the intent of this exercise, but rather this is the primary mechanism that informs our audit plan itself. So just want to make that clear. We use the terminology examples of potential risks intentionally. It's not things that are actually going wrong, but rather things that could hypothetically go wrong. I was wrong, 148 auditable areas. So this distribution, we don't necessarily seek a normal distribution, but we do take a look, and this gives us an idea of whether or not we are. Our methodology is doing a decent job of scoring risks. You'll see a lot in the low to low moderate category, so there's a little bit of skewing. The reason for that is that we've set the threshold, the lowest threshold for capital projects in a manner in which we've actually included many capital projects. So we're okay with that as long as we recognize that that's the case. So lots of capital projects in that low moderate category. And again, the primary purpose here is to inform the audit plan. So we focus most of our audit activities in the high moderate categories. Occasionally we'll look at sort of the moderate category. So I'm not going through each risk area or key risks necessarily, but rather those are sort of encompassed within the audit plan itself. I am prepared to answer questions of the risk assessment itself, but I'm jumping straight to the audit plan. So audit plan considerations. What ends up on the audit plan? Why do things end up on the audit plan? First and foremost, it's the citywide risk assessment helps inform it. So as I mentioned, it's that high moderate, high risk category that we traditionally target audit activities. That's our primary justification for including an audit activity. Additionally, ability to add value, and I mean more specifically the ability for the city audit function to add value. There's certain risks, and a simple example would be legal risks, where it's not the auditor isn't able to add as much value as, for instance, the legal department. So we wouldn't necessarily be recommending audit activities over legal risks. One simple example. City Council direction. So we've met with City Council. We've understood your priorities, as individuals and collectively, and we want to make sure that we're considering that in the audit plan itself. If we are getting specific requests for audits from an individual council member, that doesn't necessarily mean that we would recommend it. However, we do take that into consideration. Now, if we're hearing it from many council members, then we of course, want to act. Audit coverage. So I mean that from a couple of perspectives. Most importantly, we don't want to overburden a specific department with audits. So we want to kind of provide audits across the organization. And as you'll see, we're kind of covering some key areas that were discussed during our interview phase. So literally the contractual interviews that we did leading up to all of this, and items that came up during risk assessment discussions. A couple of those areas primarily being utilities and information technology. Areas maybe there wasn't as much coverage previously. Prior audits. We don't want to duplicate audits. We don't want to do the same audits over and over and have the same findings and observations. So we're considering audit work that's been done previously, particularly over the past 2 to 3 fiscal years, and that might deter us from conducting another audit activity. Not always, but might. Ripeness and other ongoing initiatives. Sometimes there's risks or challenges within the organization that are being addressed through other mechanisms, and internal audit might not be in the right place to step in and begin audit work. So we call that ripeness and consider that as well. And lastly, scheduling. And that'll sort of come to light as we dive into the audit plan itself, but we want to make sure that we're scheduling things appropriately. For example, conducting the example that you'll see here shortly is that we've adjusted the timeline of the investment management audit, specifically because the individuals that will be responsible or that cover that area will be responsible for issuing debt for the public safety building. So conducting that audit over the next 3 months might not be fair for their schedules. So many considerations in determining the audit plan. Just a couple of notes to orient you to that plan. So this first item here, we obviously just discussed. We are actually presenting what equates to roughly an 18-month plan. So we're required to develop an annual audit plan, which we have for FY21, and we sort of have tentative audits scheduled all the way through FY22. Those are grouped in phases. I'll show you that here shortly. We are not asking for approval of all of the task orders, however. We're asking for the task orders for audit activities we'd like to begin immediately, and we will iteratively over time ask for approval of other task orders. Additionally, at the conclusion or really the beginning of the next fiscal year, we'll undertake a risk assessment process. It'll be much less in depth, but really be a sort of a quick update to what we've done thus far, and that'll give us the ability to adjust the plan for next fiscal year and even look ahead to FY23. And lastly, we have left room in the budget for ad hoc requests or other items that might arise. We leave this sort of a contingency budget for sort of small things that might come up. Won't necessarily leave room for large or significant audit activities, but again, we can amend the audit plan as we go. I mentioned that I grouped audits into 3 phases. You'll see Q3 FY, I should say 22, it says FY2. Ignore that. However, I've grouped these into 3 phases. The first of which is audits that will be commenced and concluded within this fiscal year. Second phase are audits that will be commenced this fiscal year and concluded next year, so they will straddle the fiscal years. And then the last phase will be fully conducted next fiscal year. Just a couple slight caveats to this, but you'll see this on the next slide. So the next 3 slides are separated by the 3 phases. The first phase consists of the activities here. The X's in the columns on the left indicate that we are asking for approval of the task orders, which are in the appendix of the report itself. Those task orders go through a process of approval through the Policy and Services Chair. So once Council has accepted the approved the audit plan, we will be asking that the Policy and Service Chair execute those task orders. So that's what the X's indicate. Of course, as we move further into the phases, we aren't asking for all of the task orders to be approved. So the first project here is a construction project controls review. This is sort of an overall review of the city's ability to manage all types of construction projects. So those that are managed internally, those that are outsourced, and there's various contractual mechanisms to manage construction projects. And the reason for this is the city's capital program is fairly significant, even with modifications, some of which were discussed to some degree tonight. The city has a large capital program and will indeed continue to for several years. We want to make sure that the appropriate processes and controls are in place to manage those activities. The second item is interrelated, but specifically relates to the public safety building. We discussed this, or I discussed this briefly at a council meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago, or when it was approved, when the project was approved. But essentially what we want to design is a monthly monitoring program whereby we can play a part in monitoring invoices, make sure they're contractually compliant. For the type of project this is, we want to monitor change orders. That's really where a lot of the risk is. So it's a fixed price contract. As change orders come in, we want to play a role in evaluating them, determining if they're truly changes, and evaluate the justification for those prior to executing what would essentially equate to more significant costs to the city for that construction project. So we'll be designing a monthly monitoring program where we'll play a role in that process, month-end close process, and we'll periodically report back to council on those activities. The third audit here is the asset capitalization. There was an issue that was identified during the financial audit process, and essentially some costs were captured incorrectly as capitalizable items, but rather they should have been expensed. So that resulted in a fairly significant several $1 million adjustment that was made by the financial staff. This is a limited scope audit. It's not a significant number of hours, as you'll see in the plan, but really what we want to do here is take a look at how assets are capitalized and determine whether or not that's a pervasive issue. And if indeed it is, make recommendations to avoid that matter in the future and enhance controls in that process. The SAP functionality project. So there's actually 2 discrete audit activities noted in the audit plan, one that's housed within FY21, one that's housed within FY22. Essentially, both projects are acting as a advisor to the steering committee, so non-voting member. And essentially, as phase 2 of the ERP upgrade is rolled out, we want to play a role in recommending or ensuring that the internal control design is appropriate. So phase 2 being the functionality enhancement phase of the ERP rollout. We want to make sure as that's happening, again, that internal controls are designed appropriately. IT risk management. So this is a really good sort of initial risk management study within the IT function. We'll look at a wide variety of IT controls, everything from governance to IT security, and we'll be able to assess a variety of controls across many areas within the IT function. And again, make recommendations to enhance the control environment and offer other opportunities for improvement. And then lastly, in phase 1 is the power purchase agreement. So the city purchases all of its power, does not generate any on its own. And thus we want to take a look at those power purchase agreement contracts We want to do a little bit of best practice sort of research. And we also want to take a look at contract compliance of key risk areas that are identified when we look at those power purchase agreements to make sure that the city and its providers are compliant. And of course, a big component of that relates to the billings. That's phase one. Phase two, we have 4 projects, 2 of which we are seeking approval of the task order. The first one of those is Economic Recovery Advisory. There's a couple of components to this. Essentially, over the next several months, we want to be available for ad hoc requests that might arise during the budgeting process. So for example, if the council were to request, hey, take a look at our financial projection model, a quick take, are we on the right track for budgeting purposes? That's sort of an ad hoc item that might come up. The bulk of the hours, though, would be dedicated to taking a look at that long-term financial planning model that the city deploys and identifying any opportunities to improve that model for the city. So if I recall correctly, the most recent long-term financial plan was approved in February. We would work alongside the team to evaluate that model essentially from July or beginning of the year-ish through the end of the calendar year. So kind of work hand in hand with the team that's performing those financial projections and offer our independent objective report at a point near calendar year end. Investment management, the city has quite a lot of money in investments, and as a result, compliance with policies and procedures that are set in place is very important. And of course, all the more important given the financial position the city's in. So our job here would be to look at the investment management program for compliance with relevant policies. We can also do a little bit of best practice research around the investment management function and make recommendations for operational enhancements. These next several I'm going to go through more quickly, but building permit, only because we're not asking for approval of task orders, just to clarify. But building permit and inspection process, we understand that from time to time there's customer complaints, things can take longer than people feel they should. So our intent here would be to first identify some of the highest impact areas. We're not going to evaluate every building permit and inspection process, but rather identify those that are the highest need, biggest risk, highest challenge, biggest opportunity for improvement. We'll document those processes and seek efficiency and effectiveness, opportunities for improvement, and do some benchmarking against industry standards and other entities to determine whether or not there's opportunities for improvement based on benchmark organizations. Nonprofit agreement risk management. So the city has a variety of agreements with nonprofits. There's been issues that have arisen over time. Many of those most recently have been deferred to the legal department appropriately. However, we want to take a look at those agreements and offer opportunities to improve sort of the vetting process as well as the program management and monitoring process that exists as those agreements are in effect. Also, it's worth noting that there was an audit activity conducted several years ago, and we would seek to follow up on those audit findings specifically. And phase 3, so the second SAP project, this is no different than that I mentioned earlier. Again, as efficiency and effectiveness measures are put into place through the phase 2 of the implementation process, we would take a look and make recommendations to enhance internal controls. Second item here is application lifecycle management. This is an IT audit. The city has a variety of IT applications in place. We would take a look at how the life cycle of those applications is managed and offer recommendations for improvement to that program. And often, this project specifically, we often see in municipal governments a lot of homebrewed systems or custom systems for specific departments. that become problematic for an IT department to manage. Those are the sorts of things we'll be looking for, as well as compliance with existing policies and procedures and best practice. The wastewater treatment plant agreement. So, you're all well aware of the wastewater treatment plant and, essentially provision of services to other localities. Our job here would be to evaluate how costs are allocated to the treatment plant itself prior to then being allocated to the other cities. It's worth noting that that is audited on a financial audit basis every year, but the direct and indirect cost allocations are not. And in addition to that, we would take a look at compliance with the agreement from a variety of other areas. And lastly, work order process and accounting. So this refers to the work order process within the utilities department. The majority of costs are typically captured through work order accounting. What we would do is identify high-risk sub-processes. So again, this is an area where we're not going to document every work order process, but really focus in on those that are the highest risk and the biggest opportunity for improvement. We'll document and evaluate those processes and controls, and then we'll do some testing here to ensure that costs are appropriately attributed to the work orders and then thus appropriately considered during the rate making process. We won't evaluate the rate making process itself, but of course, how costs are accounted for and allocated plays a significant role in that. I went through that very quickly, and I also just said a lot, so I'm ready for questions.
Great, thanks a lot, Kyle. Let's go to the public first, and then we'll come back to council.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand and I will call out your name. At this time, we have one speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg, 2 minutes. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. City Council and Mr. O'Rourke, with all due respect, is this your best work? In this situation, I ask you the following questions. What did you hope to achieve from hiring an auditor? Does this report deliver any of those results? Really? Is my third question. Small example, Mr. O'Rourke says he is not billing the whole time during this meeting, but who will be checking that in the bill, in the invoice from Mr. O'Rourke? Ironically, that could be a role of the auditor's office. Larger example, you recently approved a record-setting contract to create a new jail and police headquarters just south of California Avenue. Now, Mr. O'Rourke helpfully says that he will manage invoices and help with, actually, he doesn't say that. He says that he will manage change orders. I just want to say, I'll do that for free. I am sure I've had more experience in managing $200 million design build contracts than Mr. O'Rourke, if for no other reason that I'm 20 years older and I've worked in that field a long time. But here's where Mr. O'Rourke could have been helpful. Was the $200 million budget appropriate? Did the city of Palo Alto bid out this contract to a sufficient number of firms? If I heard you correctly, you only bidded it out to 2. Should the city instead have renovated existing police headquarters rather than building a whole new one? Did you get a good price? What you told the community is that you were going to spend $1.3 million for 6 audits a year. It's been 6 months and we haven't had any. Can we please go back to having an internal auditor, or better yet, have the community serve in that role? Thank you for considering. Good night.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, we have no further speakers.
Great, let's bring it back to council for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. So this is, I'm well into my 3rd year on council, and this is the first time we've actually ever discussed actual audit content. So I'm excited to finally have gotten here. I want to start with the risk assessment and just say that I found it really reassuring in its thoroughness and the level of detail. And it was helpful to go through the policy and services one. It even had color, so you could see the little red, yellow, green parts. So that is exactly what I was looking for when I served on the CAO last year. And we went through these interviews knowing that that would set the framework, the groundwork for, the choices that you would make thereafter. In terms of the task orders itself and the audit plan, phase 1 looks appropriate. I'm particularly interested in most of the content in phase 2. I think that will be a real opportunity to add value. So very pleased with the level of detail provided. And when the time comes, but certainly happy to defer to the Chair of Policy and Services. Will be supporting the staff motion.
Okay, thank you. So I'll jump in while people are thinking about raising their hands. So first of all, I really do appreciate the work on the risk assessment and the plan itself. This is a new working relationship with council. It seems to be working well, and I've really appreciated how accessible you've been. I read a lot of the plan. I don't really have any questions. I agree with, I think, most of it. I'm just eager to see some of the first audits come out. And then the only quibble I would have, and I think I mentioned to you before, is I just want to make sure on the phase 2 audit with nonprofits that we're not adding extra expenses to companies that we're funding and trying to help. So if we can do that one with a light touch, I think that's really the only one I'm concerned about. But otherwise, I think it's a good plan. Eager to get going. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so I concur with both you and Councilmember Cormack that I think it's an audit plan that actually has greater breadth than any that I recall, and it seems to be founded on a more rational, systematic approach than what we had in the past as well. And so I also look forward to seeing the actual audits and then being able to appraise their effectiveness. But I certainly think that this is on the right path. So I also want to commend the Policy and Services Committee for their review of it. And I can go ahead and make a motion if you'd like at this time, or?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so I will move the recommendations of the city auditor as stated in the staff report on the 4 bullets on the cover. Recommendation is the city clerk have that available to post.
You're making the staff motion. I'll second that.
Okay.
Yes, we'll be putting it up shortly. There it is.
Thank you. So I don't have any further comments at this time.
Nor do I. Anybody else like to make a comment, question? Greg?
Yeah, it's really quick. Overall, I have to agree. I thought this is very comprehensive. So thank you for creating this. One quick question for you, Kyle, which is, and maybe it's not possible for you guys to do this, but you've kind of sat through kind of our mid-year budget cycle, and there's a lot of pain here. But one thing that would be interesting, and I don't know if you're able to do this, but it would be interesting if you're able to give kind of like an outside-in perspective on cost reduction opportunities. I'm not sure you have much insight to that, but if you do, it'd be great because I know you work with a lot of other cities as well. But that's just one part, given kind of what you saw tonight, and I'm actually kind of glad you were able to at least listen in to some of this. But thank you.
All right.
Question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was curious if you were hoping that I would directly respond to that.
If you could, that'd be great.
So I think I would say two things. Number one, in terms of ad hoc advisory thoughts, certainly can provide those. We have some folks on our consulting team that specialize in strategic sourcing and strategic financial planning. I think those folks would be best to comment on that, and I have no problem picking their brains for some high-level ideas. If we wanted to do a deep dive, I might suggest an audit activity itself. And if we move towards that path, that might necessitate some modifications to the audit plan. I'm anticipating that we're going to amend this audit plan, and we'll do so, based on risks and issues that arise over time. So I suppose there's a couple ways we could handle that. More than happy to do these sort of ad hoc requests and make some recommendations or provide a memo of sorts, just as a quick opportunity.
Councilmember Ku, did you have your hand up?
I was just going to say that Mr. O'Rourke's risk assessment report and recommendations did come through P&S, Policy and Services, and we approved it, recommended approval to council unanimously. So I'll be supporting this tonight. And thank you so much, Mr. O'Rourke, for the presentation again.
Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to mention, I think typically when items are unanimously approved, they go on the consent agenda. We intentionally did not do that in this case. We want to, be in front of the committee, the council, and also provide the community the opportunity to hear what we're delivering. In the future, we may seek to put items on the consent agenda. We'll do so, depending on what the items are. But again, in this case, wanted to be fully transparent, want to make sure the community has the opportunity to see what we're working on. So very happy to have that opportunity this evening.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And also, Councilmember Ku, if it wasn't so late at night, I would have come to you first. Sorry about that. I'll do that next time. And I do think we should try to schedule audit items earlier in the evening when we can. I appreciate you being up late. So if there are no other comments, I'd say let's go ahead and vote on this motion. I think we circled around. So the first one is Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Great. So that passes with a 7-0 vote. Thank you very much. So we're at the last item. Councilmember questions, comments, announcements. And not seeing any. Appreciate it. We will adjourn the meeting at 11:38. So thank you all. Talk to you guys soon. Good night.